Oh, already then. Bum, bum, ba, da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty then. Oh. Alright. What are we sitting at? Let's look at these quests. Alright. So we have both of these to do. They got Reekwater to do. I don't want to do Reekwater. We still have to finish. Okay, we have to finish. Alright. So we got two to do, it looks like. Here for right now. What do we decide? I think we'll do Reekwater next. What are we going to do, Brimstone? Yeah. Alright. Alright, got 50 mobs. Seems like. For our artifact.
The corrupted have found a way.
Alright. Ah, shit. A little too far away. Alright. We have to put on our boat really. About a half percent. I can cut it. Just set it. So what do we gotta do here? Travel to Infernal. I kill 50 guys. Oh, just fucking whipping shots, baby. We're whipping. Like it's nothing. Alright, so those are done. Let's just recall back. Get up in here, mate. What's going on, man? Oh, shit balls, man. How you doing? What's going on? How's your day? Yeah, did you hear birds? Bird's funny. I'm assuming he's making all those faces because he like there's the bunch of smells in the box, you know. Oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom actually. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, what up, Dig? I'm doing pretty good, mate. I intentionally tried not to sleep a lot. Oh, we're meditating? Wait, what? I'm so confused. What up, Tover? Um, so my intention was I wanted to go to bed like normal, like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. But I wanted to wake up a little early today instead of like the wife just letting me sleep because I want to try and go to bed early today after I get off stream.
In my time on the turn.
So that way, since I have to wake up early tomorrow for what's that place called? For Thanksgiving, that I wanted to make sure I went to bed early enough that I could actually get some decent sleep, you know. That was all the kind of plan, because if I would have slept till normal, like 10, 11 o'clock, like I have been, I wouldn't have gotten up, you know, I wouldn't have been able to go back to sleep till at least like noon-ish, which obviously would have cut into the amount of sleep I get before Thanksgiving. Ah, I mean, it makes sense though. Ugh. You know, speaking of meditating though, Dig, it's kind of funny. I don't know why, but I was on, YouTube, and I got a YouTube ad, like I always do. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, what the fuck what kind of fucking ad is this? It's a Tai Chi YouTube ad. I've been getting a ton of them the last couple days, where it's like talking about, oh, for men over the age of 40. I'm not even fucking 40. It's the best workout, blah, blah, blah. So obviously, and I'm like, oh, well, let's look at Tai Chi. Let's look how stupid I'll look doing Tai Chi. Because I got a bunch of like yoga ones that popped up. So I looked into yoga. I looked into a couple other things, I looked into a bunch of stretching stuff. Like, I'm old. I'm always looking for some way to like limber up and try to stay, somewhat mobile, active. So yeah, I don't know. I've just been getting hit with the fucking Tai Chi shit like non-stop. How did that hit where I wasn't even aiming? Okay, what the? Yeah, it sounds about right, mate. I finally beat the third one yesterday, and starting to work on my PAL right now. I'm about to hit 4 mil. No, it's there. It's not Steven Skull. I don't know. It's some Asian guy. It's just like this ripped ass Asian dude. It's like hold on. I was trying to find the video. Like if someone showed a video of it. But it's like I don't know. It's a fucking ripped ass Asian dude, and it's like the commercial is like him sitting in front of like a microphone, like having like a talk conversation with this younger girl, and she's like, it starts off with like, so Tai Chi's a scam because my dad didn't lose weight, and he said, "Oh, how old's your dad?" And she said like 56, and he laughs. He says, "Oh yeah, that's because he's doing it wrong." It's like, if you do it correctly and you follow what we tell you to do, blah, 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 your dad will be in the best shape of his life by November or some shit like that. It's like, what the fucking kind of commercial am I watching right now? Like, why is this just randomly popping up in front of me now? Like, I've never once looked into Tai Chi or any of those types of like martial artist kind of things. So why is it just like all of a sudden, bam, 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 just hit me in the fucking face, one after the fucking other? Crazy. 26-hour commercial? What? Like a 26-hour ad? But the ad basically it wants you to go to like their website. It's like madmuscles.com or some fucking weird shit. And they're like, yeah, just take our survey and sign up for our plan, blah blah blah, to get your customized, Tai Chi plan, blah blah blah, that's fit for you or whatever. Like, what the fuck? So obviously I click on it, right? Because I'm like, all right, well, what exactly are they like trying to get you to do? But not the ad there, but I like went to their website, right? I'm like, what are they trying to like sell you? Like, are they trying to like, is it expensive? Is it like a package? Is it like a monthly deal? Is it like whatever? Bro, these motherfuckers are crazy. They're trying to charge people. They're trying to charge people $1.99 a day. A day. They're not even doing monthlies. They're doing a day. Just like, what in the actual fuck? And it's funny too because they make it look promising. Like they give you all the like most of the information up front before it gets to the bottom, where it like tells you how much it's gonna cost or whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, here's your plan. If you follow these, our plan, taking in this amount of calories and doing, your workouts this many times a week and follow the plan that we give you, like, it gives you all the like the information at the top. And it's like you'll be down to your target weight by this day, this month or whatever. And you're just sitting there, you're like, huh? Really? Okay. So that seems too good to be true. And then, like, oh yeah, do you want to do this You want to pay this? Do you want to pay this? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, jeez. Holy cows, yeah, 150, exactly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, holy fuck. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I would say $60 a month for a customized workout plan is pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty cheap. If that's what you're going for, right? Because if you were to get like a personal trainer at a gym, you know, you're paying hourly. And, you know, they tend to charge you more if you dip into the whole nutritional side of things and stuff like that, right? Like, so not just so much as like, hey, tell me what to work out, how much to do of each, blah, 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 like keeping track of my shit and, you know, kind of pushing me and keeping me motivated. If you want more than just that, you obviously pay more. So I feel like if you go in that route with something that's going to customize it to kind of you to a point, because they ask you a bunch of questions. Like I said, I took the survey just to see what the survey was about, and the survey was like, okay, well, what kind of parts of your body are you trying to focus on, right? What are your troubled spots? You know, do you have any like physical limitations? Blah, 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 you know what I mean? So they go through all of these things. So they kind of personalize what workouts will work for you to do what you want to do. And I thought that was really cool. But then, you know, after that, obviously, because I was seeing more, like, since the cookies were, you know, attached to my browser history at that point, whenever I was, like, looking at anything else, I would see things popping up for the different, like, little advertisements, right? More or less. That would pop up on the, you know, on the sides of the screen, at the bottom of the screen, and stuff like that for other things. And one of them was that website's like image to like point you to. It's like, oh, 30-day Tai Chi monthly plan, follow this, da 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 da, right? And then it had like day one, and it had like a list of things to do, day two, day three, day four, and it had like I think 14 days on there. And I like you know, control zoomed in to like, because you couldn't make it bigger, so I wanted to make it bigger to like kind of see like what the hell they were putting on there, bro. Not a single thing on that list was Tai Chi. I'm not kidding you. Not a single thing on the list that they were advertising on that website was Tai Chi. For not a for the 14 days that I looked at, there wasn't a single Tai Chi thing on there. I just thought it was hilarious that you're advertising for Tai Chi, yet you don't have a single Tai Chi like workout or anything. And it was funny because it's like the first day was like, oh, do 100 lunges, or do like 25 lunges, do like, it was like lunges, push-ups, sit-ups, lat pull-downs, blah, blah. It's like, but basically a bunch of like body workout stuff, so it doesn't require weights, but it was all workout stuff. Yet the commercials and everything they talk about is like, you don't even need weights, you don't even need this, the gym breaks you down, Tai Chi builds you up, or some I don't know what the fuck exactly they say, but I just remember they specifically said that working like the gym breaks you down, but yet everything they want you to do involves you to work out, not to do Tai Chi. Which if you actually look at Tai Chi, it's all a bunch of movements for martial arts. And more or less they don't do it as for a martial or as a martial art. They do it for more of they do it very slow paced and like fluidly to basically just basically it's like a zen thing, I guess. So I feel like it's kind of like yoga, where it's mostly about the breathing and the mental thing, where you're just trying to zone out, zen yourself, relax. And that's how I feel about, you know, yoga as well. But I guess the difference is yoga is about just holding a position for extended periods of time, stretching to certain positions and holding for certain periods of time, versus Tai Chi is more of a fluid like movement of non-stop continuous motion, very slow, very controlled. You know what I mean? So you're not just sitting in one downward dog position for 30 seconds, you know? I don't know. I felt like they were both very similar in like what the goal was for it, and I was just like, yeah. And then when I just tried to Google it to like pull up the commercial to show it to you, the first thing that popped up was Tai Chi is the new $1 billion gold rush like craze or something. And I'm just sitting here, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's like parachute pants, man. They come around every couple of years, you know? And I feel like that's what it is with like workouts and different workout plans and stuff. It's like, oh, we're gonna like the new craze is the gym. Let's push the gym. Oh, now the new craze is gonna be hot yoga with goats. It's like, okay, cool. Now we're gonna push that like crazy. It's like, okay, well, no, that's starting to die. All right, now let's push. You know what I mean? They're just like trying to push something new. It's like, oh, well, we tried everything. All right, let's start back over. Like, it's like, bro. So once again, I don't know if it's like something good, bad, whatever. I mean, there's obviously something to it, right? Like, I'm not gonna say that it wouldn't do anything for you and it's probably not healthy or whatever, but God, does it look stupid? 3 minutes of getting there? Oh God. Oh, did you? I think I hit a like an 8 mil earlier. Like, I think 9 mil is the most I've taken out. So I'm struggling to grow, honestly. But it's mostly just because I'm not consistent in doing my spelunking. I do it like once a day. So I'm not consistent in doing it. I'm not getting that many gains because I'm not reinvesting as much as I should. So I am struggling a bit. And it's just because I'm not putting effort into it. I'm putting effort elsewhere. I'm also putting effort into something that I probably don't need to put effort into, but I'm doing it anyway. Um, I'm whatchamacallit? I'm working on my arcane crystal at Board Beans, and I feel like it's not really worth it, but I'm doing it anyway. Because I'm just cranium cooking while I'm AFKing, so. Yeah, I saw that like that red run you had the other day. This is another one. That's pretty crazy. Best of dailies. Oh, that was a cap of 200. Okay. Finish all your deeds in the current Lotro zone. Nice. Nice. That's pretty huge. That's pretty huge, Dig. Congrats. But anyway, long story short, I'm contemplating in trying Tai Chi for, just to see how dumb it feels. And see if I feel sore or, anything out of it. I'm always looking for something to be able to do in my office while I'm working. More or less, like, because I get really tired when I'm just sitting here working. And if I can find something to, like, kind of get the blood flowing and kind of wake me up a little bit and whatnot, then I'm down. If it's something as simple as I'm just fucking standing here doing like yoga poses or whatever, like a fucking idiot, while I'm watching anime and trying to stay awake, like, I think that's tolerable, you know? I mean, shit, what harm can it cause doing a little bit of dumbass looking Tai Chi. But like I said, it looks dumb. Like they make it look cool in the movies, you know, because they converted into like actual combat. But bro, it looks so dumb when you're just sitting there, just looks like you're like pushing air, like looks like you're like fanning things, and like it's just so weird. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just too American. I don't know. All right, let me know what you guys think. Am I just too American, or do you guys also think it just looks dumb as shit? The idea behind ascending is obviously you want to when you go to ascend, you want to make sure you have as many ascension points as you can. So any buffs and benefits you can get to buffing the ascension points, make sure you pick those up. And basically you do it anytime you kind of hit a brick wall where you can't really progress. And you'll notice that you hit a brick wall because you won't really be able to kill the mobs very fast, like at all, pretty much. You won't be moving, kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Topers. I've always thought that the whole spiritual chakra mantra Zen thing was always just like a weird concept. I mean, I understand the whole Zen as in relaxation and finding peace or whatever. I get that. And like, don't get me wrong, I have really bad anxiety, and I need that in my life, in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if I'll ever find it, but it just, I don't know, it's never really grasped me. Like every time I hear it or see it, I'm just like, yeah, that just seems weird. Which I don't know why I feel that way. I don't. But I don't know. I think it's worth a try. So I think that's what we're gonna try starting next week. Because I did one day of yoga and I said, fuck that shit, bro. And it wasn't that it was hard, right? It wasn't that it was hard. It wasn't that I couldn't do it. I just didn't like it. Because it was just a lot of just hold this pose for 20-30 seconds, hold this pose for 20-30 seconds, you know? And then it was just a lot of like just weird 20-30 second like stretching holding poses thing. I mean, maybe if I did it more and I got used to the feeling of it or something, or I found like some like moves that I actually didn't hate, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But bro, it just felt weird. Well, that's the thing too, Tovers. I was trying to get more into stretching. You know, I was trying to get a little bit more flexible. I was trying to like help with like my lower back pain, you know, my hip pain, stuff like that. I was trying to stretch more and like seeing if that would help. And that's kind of why I tried it. And I just hated yoga. I just hated it. It's like almost like ASMR to me. I just hate it. I don't know what it is. And I think I'm gonna have the same problem with Tai Chi though. Because like watching Tai Chi, like the way people talk about it, it's like it's about slow and controlled movements. Bro, you guys know anything about me? Nothing about me is slow. Like I can't do anything slow. Like don't get me wrong, I'm kind of methodical with things, so it's like whenever it comes to like picking stuff up or cleaning something or doing something systematically or whatever, I will take my time, but I can't do anything slow. Like if you want me to literally walk, like take as slow a step as possible, I'm just like, I start picking my foot up. I'm like, yeah, this is taking too. Like if you wanted me to move my mouse from here to here as slow, like as slow as possible, I'd be like, okay, this is driving me nuts. I'm just like, no, I'm done. I can't do it. I just, my ADD just doesn't let me do it. And I don't think I don't know if I have ADD, but I'm pretty sure I have ADD. And I think I just like instinctively just kind of YOLO after a little bit, after a few seconds. You're not wrong, Tover. Just, bro, I don't know how to do anything like very slow. Everything's just full blast or nothing at all. So I think that'll be one of my hard things, is learning how to like slow down. But I will admit though, there is a lot of things, like movements in general in life, like even with like yoga or even like working out and like stuff like that. If you do it slower and controlled, you get way more like muscle activation out of it. So in theory, I could see how Tai Chi would be good for muscle growth and strengthening and toning and you know, stuff like that. Because if you're holding like a squat stance ish, right, for 20 minutes, right, but like slowly moving from like one position to another, so you're transferring your weight from one side to the other, and you're constantly like using different activated muscles and stuff, and you're doing this very slowly, you're activating these muscles for long periods of time, very, very continuously. I could see how it could work. Right. Bar Brothers. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What is this? All I see is like merchandise. Oh, I see like a 12-week program, nutritional program. So this is like kind of the same thing, but I don't know what kind of workouts these people, you know, do. You know what I'm saying? Like what kind of workouts do they have? Because this, like, I just don't know what kind of workouts they are. Dude, this just looks painful. Like, what is this? You're just gonna rip your arms out of your socket. The fuck is that? Hell no! You crazy? Like, obviously they're shredded, right? But like, I just don't see what kind of workouts they do. Like you said, they go to their YouTube maybe.
The new Bears.
Oh, and I get this commercial all the time too. It's this like bearskin tactical jacket or some shit. I don't know what the fuck that is. I have never looked that one up. Yeah, just trying to figure out what kind of workouts they do. Do they do like, do they just do like body weight training stuff? Do they do like calisthenics? Do they do Pilates? Like, do they just do gym stuff? Like, or do they do a combination of like everything? I'm just, okay, I don't know if it's you, but all I see is boobs. Like, they picked that thumbnail for a reason. Just saying. All I see is boobs, man. I'm sorry to say, this guy looks fucking disgusting. That chest line where he has fucking a line through the middle of his chest just doesn't look right. That just looks wrong. Yeah, I mean, I've seen programs that focus on push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups kind of things, right? You get your push, you get your pull, and you get your core. And I've seen some people that are ripped as absolute all hell on those programs. But I'm not gonna lie, that program is not for the most people. Because the problem that I noticed, or at least I've seen from other people and confirmed myself, at least how I feel about it, is push-ups are good, but they have a pretty big fall off at a certain point. And what I mean by that is, like, to get more muscle growth, right? Just the way muscle growth in general works, right? You have to keep adding weight. You have to keep increasing the workout load, right? You have to keep increasing the muscle activation, and you know you need rest, blah blah blah. It's not about how many reps can you do. It's not about you know, how long you can hold a pose or whatever the fuck you're trying to do, right? What are we doing here? A lot of it just boils down to you just need heavier weight. So when it comes to doing sit-ups, right? If you're not adding weight to your sit-ups, you're kind of just doing reps to do reps. And the reps will burn calories, and the calories will burn the fat to a point, right? Which, well, yeah, it'll rip you up a little bit if you have muscle underneath it, but it's not building more muscle, right? And then on top of that, in my opinion, would you rather do 1,000 sit-ups a day, burn calories, stay ripped, and blah blah blah, and not really build more muscle, or would you rather do like 10-15 reps a day with heavier weights, rip the shit out of your muscles so they build stronger, still burn some calories and stuff? Yeah, I know there's different ways of going about it, but what I'm going to get at is, when you're doing that many reps of something, you're putting that much work on your joints. And here's what I look at it is, in the long run, like when you're young, yeah, joints and things like that, they're not really in your mind. But when you get older, everything boils down to your joints. It boils down to your mobility of your hips, you know, your knees, your ankles, your shoulders, right? It's all these socket joints. And the more you use them, the more you work them out, the more you repetitionally like use them. They only have so many uses in them, right? At a certain point, you're gonna wear them down. So if you're doing thousands of sit-ups a week, thousands of push-ups a week, thousands of pull-ups a week, how much do you think your body can handle of that, your joints, before they just, you know, wear down? That's why I would rather go with something that's very low impact, because, you know, sit-ups are pretty low impact, push-ups are pretty low impact, pull-ups are, I think they're low impact. I don't know, they put a lot of strain on your shoulders, but like most of that's really low impact. But if, you know, workouts are usually not very low impact depending on which ones you're doing. So sticking to low impact is really good, but sticking to like low repetitions, but also moderate weight, but not like ridiculous weight, I feel like is like the good happy middle ground. Because you want to increase your weight load slowly but surely, but you don't want to increase it so much that you're hurting yourself and your joints, right? I don't know, it's just finding that happy medium is the hard part. And that's why I looked into yoga, because yoga is very low impact, very stretch oriented, and you know, it's about mobility and flexibility than it is anything. So that's why I've been looking into stuff like that
right now.
Thanks for the water. So like I said, I'm looking for more mobility and flexibility than I am trying to get ripped as fuck. I don't care if I look like I'm fucking 18 years old, just came walking out of a fucking a 3D printer or some shit, you know? I don't care about that. Yeah, I weighed 140 through my whole high school. People always made fun of me because I was short and small. And they always tried to pick fights with me. And then I hurt them. I hurt them a lot. Yeah, I used to do a lot of burnouts in high school. Yeah, I remember when I was working out a lot. I think my max was like 250 bench, and my squat was like 325 or something like that. And I did not look. I looked tiny, right? I was still 140 pounds. I was a scrawny little kid. I was, man, don't get me wrong, I was a wrestler, but I always wore large t-shirts. Like I could fit into a medium perfectly fine, but I always wore large t-shirts. People would always pick on me. They would like push me around because I was like, I'm only 5'7.5", you know. So they'd push me around. They talk shit, and these other wrestlers, you know, after I quit, they would talk shit to me all the time, and I always thought it was funny because I'm just like, bro, you don't know anything. And I would ignore them, and I would just chuckle to myself. I was like, oh, you just think you're better than us, blah blah blah. I'd kick your ass, da 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 da. You know, just talking shit. And I remember this one day, my coach was tired of it. The coach that I quit, right? The coach hated me after I quit, but you know, after a while, you know, he kind of warmed back up to me, you know, treated me like a person. And he was so tired of his wrestlers talking shit to me. He's like, can you please just put them in their place? I was like, why do I need to prove myself to a bunch of fucking nobodies? And you know, obviously that triggered the kids even further. They were pissed at my answer or whatever I had to say. And thought it was funny because I'm just like, I have nothing to prove to a bunch of fucking idiot ass high school children. Like, I just don't. Like, oh yeah, you're just scared, you don't get your ass kicked, you know, blah blah blah. You quit because you couldn't hack it, all this other shit. I'm just like, bro, shut your mouth before you say something you can't take back. Just that's what I'm thinking to myself, right? I didn't say anything. I'm just like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, you know fucking jack all about me and the reason why I quit wrestling. Like, you don't know fucking anything. Just shut your fucking mouth. And the coach is just getting pissed at this point. He's like, bro, like, shut the fuck up. He's like, sorry, coach. I don't like people that, you know, think they're all that when they're just nothing but all talk and, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, he's like, they just disgrace the name of wrestling and blah, blah, blah. Just sitting there, just whatever. And my coach finally is like, bro, if you don't shut them up, I'm gonna lose my mind. I was like, well, what do you want me to fucking do about it? They're fucking children. They're never gonna listen. They're never gonna grow up. Like, the only thing that's ever gonna shut them up is someone putting them in their place. And I don't really care. Bro, so funny. Coach was like, if you shut them up, I'll pass you. I was like, I was gonna pass anyway. He's like, I'll let you like skip the rest of the year. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, I don't care what you do, you don't have to be here. I was like, all right, whatever. So he pulled out the wrestling mat and I fucking destroyed this kid. It was so funny. Like, I think I've told this story before, but long story short was like, he was like, one thing the coach said was, don't hurt him. He's got qualifiers this weekend or something. I was like, no promises. And I was just sitting there. I was like, all right, we're going to go? He's like, oh yeah, I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to kick your ass so fast. You won't even know what happened to you. No. And like, he locked head with me and I'm just sitting there. I was like, is this all you got? Like, I'm just like holding this kid in place, like with my arms, and he's like pushing into me and trying to like yank me, and I'm just like holding him, and I'm like, is this it? Is this what we're doing? My coach is like, the fuck are you doing? I was like, I don't know, I'm waiting for him to do something. And he's like, I'm trying. I'm like, well, that's pretty pathetic. He's like, yo, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. And then he like tried to like charge me, and I just fucking underhooked him, and I just yeeted him off the mat, and I threw him about 15 feet off the mat into the fucking gym and made him bounce off the fucking gym floor. And I hurt his shoulder. he couldn't go to the match after that. And what was funny, it wasn't even intentional. I was sitting there, and because he backed up and started shit talking, I looked at the coach, and I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me right now? He's gonna sit here and shit talk me, and he can't even fucking pull me. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you. And then he pointed, because the kid started to charge me when I wasn't looking, and my instincts just kicked in, and I just under and overhooked him, and I popped my hip, and I threw this kid. Like, he went fucking flying, and I let him go. And I was like, ah, shit. As he's flying through the air, I was like, I'm sorry. He just went flying like fucking Superman, bro. It was so funny. And then I hit the ground. I rolled over and I watched him flying. And then he hit the ground and bounced off of his shoulder and just rolled over. And I was like, well, sorry, coach. I didn't mean to. It's just so funny. What up, Fallen? How's it going? Appreciate the follow. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, welcome. How you been? How you doing? But yeah, that was one of the times someone was talking shit to me, and I just, you know, unintentionally fucked them up. And then there was like, we were at the gym, and like, because I'm always at the gym. Like, every one of my classes was a gym class, pretty much. And like, I was in there, you know, I worked out all the time, and these one kids, they were going to the, you know, the workout room, they were working out. They're coming out, like, oh yeah, man, I'm fucking so big, blah, 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 I hit a new personal best. Fucking look at this scrawny bitch, he's probably never hit a gym in his life, blah. I'm just looking at him like, bro, can you shut the fuck up? Like, you're just a fucking idiot. And they, you know, they obviously start shit talking me and everything, and I'm just like, oh my fucking god, leave me alone. And then one of my friends is like, bro, why are you talking shit to that man? He's like, well, what do you mean? Because they're all football players, and one of them played football with me and used to work out with me. And he's like, why are you talking shit to him? Like, there's no reason for you talking. He didn't even say anything to you. He doesn't even know who the fuck you are. He's like, well, because he used to play football, and he quit because he's a little bitch, blah, 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 and he couldn't hack, and he's so weak. Look how small he is. And my buddy looked at him. He's like, bro, that kid will hit you so hard you won't know what happened to you. You will literally be laying on the ground unconscious for like a week. He's like, oh, he's a little bitch, he can't do shit to me, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, obviously just talking shit because he's a fucking child. And he's like, you know what? And he asked me, he's like, John, will you indulge me? I was like, what are we doing? He's like, will you just go outlift this kid real quick? I was like, why do I need to do that? He's like, because if you don't, he's just gonna continuously shit talk. I was like, I don't care what he does. He can go fucking suck a dick for all I care. He's like, yeah, but then I have to fucking deal with it. I'm like, all right, you know, because we're friends, I'll go do it. What do you want me to do? And one guy's like, oh, this boy thinks he's gonna go in here and outlift my ass, bro. I'm in the gym 6 days a week. Da 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 da. And I'm just like, all right, what's your max? And he's like this. I was like, all right, put it on. I want to watch you hit your max. And he reps it. I'm like, all right, solid, okay. Proof, I like that. And then I get under there and I just fucking start repping his max. I'm just like, oh, wow. And the guy's like, what the fuck? It was just like... I was like, how many do you want me to do? And I'm just like, da. It was his jaw at the fucking floor. He's like, what the fuck is going on here? And my buddy's like, he might look small, man, but he packs a punch. Like, just because he looks small, don't underestimate his ass. I had so many people in high school that would just underestimate me. and they would talk shit. Like, I would just fucking slam them, and they just wouldn't know what the fuck happened. I remember I was walking down a hallway, and this kid was like bullying another kid, and I told him, "Hey, you might want to fucking stop." Like, what are you gonna do, you pussy? I'm like, oh my fuck, just stop. We don't need to do this. We don't need to puff out our chest. We don't need to act like who's bigger than who. Like, we don't need to put the shit on the table or anything. Just fucking stop. It's that simple. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Not that damn hard. And, you know, he pushed me and I slammed his face into a locker. And he laid on the ground. I'm like, are we done? Are we done? And the teacher was watching and she started laughing. She's just like, well, that happened. Oh, so funny. But anyway, yeah, that like shit like that would happen all the time. I remember there was this girl I was dating, and this one guy wouldn't leave her alone. You know, he kept harassing her. He kept trying to like talk to her and get her cell phone and get her number, and you know, he was just being an annoying piece of shit. And you know, she kept asking him to stop. Her friends asked him to stop. You know, and she asked him to stop around me. And I was sitting there and I was like, stop what? He's like, oh, nothing. I'm like, you sure? Because I've heard a lot of things and I've been staying out of it, letting her deal with her shit, you know. He's like, oh, it's nothing. I'm like, okay, sure. And then like a couple days later, you know, he was like being an asshole and he was like stalking her and shit. And I was like, I'm fucking done with this shit, bro. And so I walked up behind him and I just shoulder checked him into a wall. And he saw me, looked me right in the face, and I said, leave her the fuck alone. That's enough. And I walked off, and that was it, right? I wasn't a dick about it. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to get his attention. I wanted to know that I had his undivided attention and get my piece across. And what does this motherfucker do? He goes and gets all of his senior friends. Okay, granted, I'm a junior at this point, so, you know. And he was like, I think a sophomore or something. And he goes and gets a bunch of his senior friends. And I'm sitting there, I'm hanging out at lunch. I'm leaning up against one of those like metal poles for awnings, right? Just hanging out, chilling. And out of nowhere, I see a big group of like, I think one of the girls was Puerto Rican, and then her boyfriend, I think, was, I think he was Puerto Rican as well. I think there was a few of them, like the Mexican friends. I think there was some of their Asian friends were there. And like, it was just a big group of just friends. A couple white people, you know, wasn't a big deal. I knew some of them. And they walked up to me. I saw a big group like walking down the hallway, like kind of towards us. And I'm like talking to one of my friends, and I was like, oh, that's a big group of people. He's like, yeah, they're walking right towards us. I was like, yeah, interesting, huh? And while we're just looking at each other having this conversation, we just happened to see them like kind of stop in front of us and kind of surround us. And I'm looking at them guys like, so am I to assume that they just circled us? And he's like, yeah, I think that's a safe bet. I'm like, great. You know, so I'm like, okay, what the fuck do these guys want? So I like turn my head and I look over at like the first guy in front of me and I'm like, can I help you? It's like, oh, I heard you I heard you have beef with our friend, I don't know, Ricky, Robbie, Richard, I don't know what the fuck his name is. I have no idea how to say your name. It's a bunch of letters. I don't know. Is it Chinese? Japanese? I don't know. I cannot read that. I wanted to pass the Isle of Night. Do you have team or Discord? I do have a Discord, but I don't have anybody. I'm basically solo. Just an FYI. I don't know how to reply to you in your name. So I don't know what to call you. But no, I do not have anybody. I'm literally just solo right now. The only way to really do that would probably just be message the looking for group stuff. Anyway, so the guy's like, oh yeah, I heard you have beef with our boy. I heard you threw him into a wall. I'm like, First off, there was no throwing. Second of all, it was a simple shoulder check, just to get his attention and to tell him to leave my girlfriend alone. He's like, well, what do you mean? I was like, oh, did he not tell you? He's been harassing my girlfriend. He's been stalking her. He's been, you know, trying to steal her phone and trying to get her phone number and harassing her friends and da da da. He's like, oh, well, we didn't know anything about that, but we can't be having you, you know, having beef with our boy, you know. It's, you know, it's not right. We, you know, we got to stand up for our boy. I'm like, yeah, stand up for your boy all you want, man. I don't care. And then one of the guys in the background, I knew him. He was standing in the back with his girlfriend because me and his girlfriend were really good friends. And he's sitting there. He's not really paying attention. He's just there with his boys just to show force or whatever. And I just thought it was funny because while he's standing there, craft, purifying something, kitchen or camp. Let's find a kitchen really quick. Anyway, so he stops for a second, like his guy, I see him, he's like talking with his girlfriend, and he like looks over and he sees me. He's like, yo, what the fuck are we doing over here? He's like, oh, this is the boy that Ricky told us about. He's like, this is the boy? Nah, bro, I'm out. He's like, I don't want nothing to do with this. I know this man. I ain't fucking with him. If he did what he did, he had a reason for it. I'm not fucking with him. And he's like, I hope you're having a good day. I'll talk to you later, man. Have a good one. You know, no hard feelings. It's just like, okay, have a good day, man. And you know, me and his girlfriend were hanging out later on that day because, like I said, me and his girlfriend were like really good friends. It was just really fucking funny. Super funny. But anyway, yeah, that shit happened to me all the time, man. People would just come up, they talk shit, they try and fight me, and like just they'd get humbled real fucking quick. Like I said, I always wore big shirts. That was the thing. Is like my thing was I always wore large shirts because you couldn't tell if I, you know, was muscular. You couldn't tell, you know, if I had big arms, big chest, little chest, fat, skinny. You couldn't tell anything when I wore big shirts. I always wore like a hoodie. All right, so you really just couldn't tell if I was in shape or not. And it, like being somewhat short and somewhat small, people just thought it was a good idea to pick on me, and it always ended up bad for them. That was my whole high school career, man. You know, it's bad when the teachers let you do it because they know what you're doing is the right thing, even though it's wrong. I can't tell you how many people I punched in the throat, punched in the face, slammed into lockers, you know, threw on the ground. And I never did any of it maliciously. I never went out of my way to like pick fights with people. I never went out of my way to like start anything. It was always somebody picking on somebody else, being a bully, you know, things that teachers couldn't really stop. Couldn't really jump in and do anything to really defend or help. It was just always that dog shit ass fucking system that just allowed these people to do whatever they wanted and get away with it. Or me being ganged up on and then just fucking slapping people with some baby powder. I remember in middle school I almost got suspended for being racist. That was a funny day. That shit made me laugh. Alright, so this wants me to visit the church and investigate their stuff. Alright, let's go that way. Yeah, so supposedly my principal in middle school thought I was racist because every day at lunch, you know, I would, not every day, but like I would go out to lunch and people would well, you going to bed? Alright, Topher, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Sleep tight. Hope you had a good day. Hope you sleep well. Hopefully tomorrow isn't too terrible for you. Yeah, bro, that screenshot is fucking ridiculous. How can you even see what the fuck's going on? That's just nuts. But anyway, there was a few times that I'd go out there, you know, and people would be talking shit. People would be like trying to fight me. People would be, you know, whatever. And there was a few times where I'd punch somebody in the throat. I'd, you know, slam somebody. You know, whatever. But every single time it happened, it never fucking failed. It was always a black person. And um my principal was black. And she thought I was racist because I never did this to white people. And I thought it was funny because she pulled me into the office. And she said that, hey, we want to talk because I feel like you are racist. I'm like, why do you think I'm racist? She was like, well, every time I see you getting into a confrontation with somebody, it's always a black person. And I said, well, that's not fair because you're obviously not paying attention 24/7. She's like, well, what do you mean? I was like, you didn't see me punch Talon in the mouth like 3 days ago? Talon was like one of my high school or one of my middle school like friends back then, and he pissed me off, so I punched him in the mouth. And he's a white kid. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, call Talon in here. Talk to him separately. Ask him, did John punch you in the mouth recently? See what he says. What's up, up? And she called him in, she had a conversation with him, and then she pulled me back in. She's like, okay, I guess you're right. It's like, yeah, I'm not racist. I'm friends with like everybody. I was like, how about this? How about at lunch, you go to the back of the field where all the black kids hang out, and you have a conversation with them about me. Just have a conversation with them about me. Before pulling me in here and telling me I'm racist, go back there and have a conversation with them. I'm gonna let my dog out. Give me a sec. Oh. Oh, all right. I am back. I think the ad is about to be over as well. But yeah, long story short is she pulled me in to call me racist and was gonna suspend me, and then I brought up all that information, and then she went and investigated it herself and came to the same conclusion that, oh, you're not racist. Oh, shocker. Who would have thunk? Like, all of my friends that I hang out with at lunch were black. All we did was we raced. We would do foot races all lunch. Like, it baffled me for her to sit there and tell me that I was racist when most of my middle school friends were black. Like, you fucking kidding me, people? Yeah, I know. It's just like random stories that pop up into my head when conversations happen. Just happens. Where is our next quest? Should do this quest later. Cause it like brings you like everywhere. Yeah, we'll finish this quest up later. Cause that one I have to go up there and do something, and I don't feel like doing it. Alright, so Shattered is done then. Alright, we wanted to do Reek Water next. Let's go do that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how we got on that subject, but yeah, long story short about everything is just like I wanna stay in shape, and I wanna stay like I wanna stay like mobile and active and you know all that jazz. But I don't want to like overdo it in the gym, you know, stress out my joints and things like that. So like that's the thing I'm trying to be mindful of when it comes to doing exercises. Just like I said, why I've been trying to stretch more, tried yoga for a little while. I do work out on and off, right? Not a shit ton, but I do work out a little bit. I try not to do like super heavy weights, but I am gradually increasing the weights as well. But yeah, I'm trying to do everything I can to stay somewhat healthy. So I don't know. Thinking about trying out Tai Chi. Like I said, Tai Chi just looks dumb. Like just thinking about myself sitting there, standing in my room, wishy-washying my hands around in the air, and you know, just doing weird motions and movements just makes me feel weird. Just makes me feel dumb almost. I don't know why this guy's literally pulling everything in its fucking mother. Yeah, mate, have you ever actually watched like a Tai Chi like session? Especially like for beginners. I don't think I could do a beginner one. I think I'd have to go to like an intermediate or something more difficult. It just looks too dumb. Like I feel like I would die from embarrassment. Do you want to see like something like you like look at this shit. Right, like this guy, I've watched a handful of his videos, right? Oh my god, that's loud. Hey! 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 Go away! I have no sound control? Why do I have no sound control? I have no sound control.
Welcome to Tai Chi for Beginners.
Holy hell.
Perfect.
There
Just
we
follow
go.
along the best you can. I'll be your mirror image, and you can have a seat at any time.
This guy has a lot of videos.
Today we'll begin with the feet shoulder width apart. Get as tall as you can,
Yeah.
and then soften slightly so that you're alert.
This is like a
but
video
relaxed.
I'd watch, right?
Soften the shoulders and neck. Soften the hips and the knees.
So he's just like,
And then we'll begin with the hands on your hips. Then begin to circle the pelvis in a circle, just doing small circles at first.
so look, he does this
Up
for
towards the ears
like a
and let
minute,
them fall back and down.
and then he's just doing some like,
So big and the shoulder. From here, the arms float down by the sides, and as you breathe in, the arms float up.
Yeah, it
you
was.
circle in front as if you're gathering in energy, bring it in towards the heart, and then send it down towards the earth.
yeah, this is what I'm talking
Sinking
about.
the chi,
So you're just like
breathing in, gather,
waving your arms around.
breathing
right?
out, directing down.
It's
Nice
about
and
like
easy,
just centering
nice and
yourself
slow.
and relaxing and.
Feeling the sensations.
Right.
One more time. And then from here,
But while
the
you're
arms
doing this,
float
you
up
are
in
working your
front
arms
to
out,
about
right?
shoulder height. Then the arms get heavy, the knees and hips soften.
Now you're like crouching a little
Breathing
bit.
in like mist
Obviously, the more
rising
you
from
crouch,
lake.
the more you get out of it.
Breathing out, floating down like a gentle rain.
But like, you
Jump
see what I
back to
mean?
center, turning the other way. The wise owl looks behind. Gentle rotation,
I'm like
turning
so
from your waist.
dumb. I can't do
One more
it, man.
time. The wise owl looks behind. Rounding out the arms, and then step one foot out a little bit wider. From here, the fingertips point down as you dig into the earth. The hands come forward, coming all the way up and over, and then down in front of the body, digging in the garden. Just coming down as much in the garden. And the hands flist from the garden.
I can't do it, man. That's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes, and all he's done is play those arms around a bit. Oh, and he humped the air a little bit. And the thing is, a lot of these Tai Chi videos are like 10 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day. It's like a bunch of little like things like that where you're doing a handful of like motions for like a minute or two each, and you just do that for 5 to 10 minutes a day. And it's just about, like I said, just chilling, relaxing, you know, getting that zen kind of feeling. But what the thing about it is, like, what I do think is interesting about it is you're doing all these like what seems like meaningless movements almost, right? They kind of feel dumb, and they kind of feel just like weird and insignificant, but they add up. That's the cool thing. It's like all those, like, you know, flailing your arms from side to side, you know, like hugging a tree and putting them above your head and doing these like semicircles or whatever, like where you're like doing things. It all works the shoulders, you know, it works your arms a little bit, you know, it works like the different muscle groups in like a very low impact kind of way. And when you're doing it very slow and you're doing it very methodically and like controlled, you're mostly working out your control muscles for, you know, stabilizing and control, and, you know, the strengthening of the of muscles in the joints and stuff like that, which is what I thought was interesting about it. But it just looks so dumb. Like, who wants to sit there and look like they're I don't know, like putting their hands in their crotch over and over again, or looks like they're hugging a tree like over and over again, like, or they're flicking a tablecloth to, like, you know what I mean, clean it, or I don't know what the fuck, bro. It looks so fucking weird. Like, yeah, I'm talking shit about it, don't get me wrong, but, and it's not because I don't think it's something of value. It just looks dumb. That's my problem with it. Literally just makes me look like I feel like I look like an idiot if I was to start doing it. Like, that's my problem with it. I feel like if I didn't look like such an idiot, I wouldn't hate it so much. But like I said, it's mostly about like getting the heart rate, you know, moving. So if you're doing continuous movement for long periods of time, for like, let's say you do 10 minutes of continuous non-stop movement, where you're like twisting and turning and changing your weight from one leg to the other and doing crouches, like you're crouching and, you know, standing and crouching and standing, kind of like squats over and over again. You know, you're standing on your tippy toes and, you know, you're flailing your arms around and doing circles and, you know, grabbing stuff, and you're doing all this like weird shit, right? All that blood flow, the heart, you know, pumping, blah blah blah, all that other jazz and stuff. It's really good for you in itself. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't hate it. I just, it just looks so dumb. Yeah, I know, Edge. I know. I know, Edge. It's just, it looks so dumb. It just, like, I just can't get over how dumb it looks. Just fucking cracks me up, man. Alright. I don't know if I can do this. Oh, that's only one. It says travel here and fix. So we gotta defeat somebody. Yeah, I can't do that one. This one requires a group. Okay, I mean, I see your point, Edge, but I feel like if you were to walk up to a glass box, right? You don't know what's in it, and a shade pulls, like, you know, moves out of the way, and you see someone sitting in there doing bench press or a squat or crunches or something, right? Or pull-ups. You look at it and you're like, oh, okay, they're working out. Cool. Right? Trying to get fit, trying to get strong, right? Like, all right, cool. That makes sense. Then you go to another one and you just see a guy like waving his hands up and down. like, I'm not kidding. Like, I'm gonna pull the video back up. If you were to, oh, these are the commercials I keep seeing. It's these ones right here. Mad muscles. It's like this guy here, they're talking about Tai Chi in the gym and stuff. This is one of like the 10 commercials I've seen recently. So annoying. I know you know what I'm talking about, but like if you were to walk in and you were to see a guy doing this, you would look at this guy and be like, bro, are you like humping the air? You have some weird fascination? Like, are you horny? Like, what is going on here? You know what I'm saying? Like, mentally, when you see the two, one, you instinctively think of oh, he's working out, he's trying to, you know, get stronger or whatever, and then you see another guy over here, he's just playing with the air, right? Like, you don't know what the fuck is going. You're like, why are you playing with the air? Why are you pretending to pull a bow back? Why are you randomly crouching? Like just the initial premise and the image in your mind when you initially see it is like, huh? That's the problem I have with it. It's just the initial, like, I don't like I said, when I'm working out, I don't see myself. I don't see it, right? So it doesn't seem as dumb to me because I'm not seeing it, right? I just know it feels fine. It feels correct because I've been doing it so long. I feel like I would be embarrassed to start doing Tai Chi if someone was watching me. if someone was watching me working out, it wouldn't bother me because I've been doing it for so long. It's just such a natural thing to me. But being brand new to trying something, and for me looking from the outside in, thinking it looks silly, I feel like I would look silly and I would be embarrassed if someone was to watch me do it. That's the thing, like, but I really want to try it. I want to try it. Like, I'm always down to try something new, you know, give something a try, see if it, you know, works for me or not. Because, like I said, I always want to better myself, like physically, mentally. Like I said, I already have anxiety problems. Like, I'm already always stressed out, I guess. My doctor says I'm stressed, even though I don't ever think I feel stressed. But I mean, I guess anxiety is a level of stress, right? Like, anxiety is stress. So I feel like I've lived with anxiety for so long that I don't even realize that I'm stressed anymore. But I guess I'm just always stressed. And it's kind of like a natural state for me at this point. So I don't even know how to like handle that. So that's why, like I said, I talked about it earlier. Like that's why I'm kind of like, I looked into trying a yoga and I fucking despised it. I didn't like the stationary aspect of it. Like hey, sit in this position for 20 seconds, sit in this position for 20 seconds, now go back to that position for 20 seconds. Like, I didn't like that feeling. I'm way too ADD to sit still for that long of a period of time. And that's the thing about yoga, is I feel like it's meant to sit stationary and kind of meditate and think and kind of find your, you know, your quiet, right? It's supposed to be relaxing. And I hate ASMR, and I hate yoga. Yoga feels like ASMR to me. I can't do it. I just can't. It hurts my soul. It feels so bad and so wrong on so many levels. Oh, but like I said, we'll give Tai Chi a try. Start next week, and we'll see how we feel. See how we like it. I don't know. Yeah, and that was the thing I was thinking. Just like watching people do Tai Chi, they do it very slow. It's supposed to be like slow, controlled movements, but you can also speed it up because it is technically a martial art. So you can speed it up for more cardiovascular workouts, I feel like, you know, aspect, or you can slow it down for more stabilization and, you know, muscle training and things like that. So you have options when it comes to it, I feel like. But I also feel like I'll naturally speed it up indirectly because I kind of have ADD. So I'll start doing it slow, and then I'll just like, yeah, and I'll start going faster, and then I'll mentally be, oh, I need to slow down, and then I'll just be varying my speeds no matter what I do. Yeah, and I don't really care so much about it being a purposeful movement. I just want it to be continuous movement. And the reason I say continuous is because I want to just have, like, maybe purposeful is the right word. I want to do stuff that is going to like benefit me physically, like in my everyday life, right? I don't want like working something out that I'm never going to do that action. Just doesn't make sense, right? Like, why do a workout that works out a specific muscle group in a specific way to do a specific action that I'm never going to do in my real life world, right? So it's just, I feel like working out in a way that will benefit my overall just life, you know, my movements and like my everyday life, you know, standing up, going to the bathroom, walking to the kitchen, you know, taking out the trash, folding the laundry, whatever the fuck my daily activities consist of. as I get older, I just want to be mobile, and like I want to have the ability to just move, right? I don't want to be like feeling like I'm locked up. I don't want to feel like I struggle to get around. You know, I want to feel kind of just comfortable. We gotta go up. I think we gotta go up. But also, I'm looking for something that's like, I want to get the blood flowing. I want to get, you know, the endorphins moving. I want to get, you know, my energy levels up while I'm tired in the middle of the night. I'm at work. You know, that's what I'm looking for. So we're hoping that this will give us what we're looking for. Bro, are you fucking kidding? That guy randomly changed aggro to me after this guy ran all the way through this whole place. He's a fucking purple man. Shocker. Don't show me. Thank you. Alright, we'll unpin this one and head north. Anyway, Edge, how was your vacation, man? I saw you were hanging out in Discord last night with some friends. With Crispy and them. How was that? Was that good? Did you have a, you know, fun time? Nothing crazy happened, hopefully. Also, you're gonna be joining us in the New World? Or not today, since it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. Tired still? Yeah. I mean, yeah, going from something like where you're on a vacation, probably just doing lots of things, probably not sleeping as much as you kind of want because you're trying to get like everything in, or you're just sleeping too much. All right, like it's just, there's both sides of the spectrum for vacations, but yeah, depending on how your vacation went, like yeah, I can see you being tired, especially like on the trek home, you know, where it's like, oh, we're just on a long plane ride and we're on a long car ride and all this and all that, and just to get a lot of sleep, and then got home yesterday but didn't get good night's sleep. It's just, oh god. Oh yeah, that's definitely a shit one. But why can't I skin these things sometimes? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It drives me insane. Just let me fucking skin it. What's this? I don't know what that is. Bro, seriously? Really? Fuck you, go. Ugh. Where is my recall? Gotta change my end recall. Oh, well, even though you're tired, I hope you had a good time. Oh, I can definitely see that second though. I don't sleep well with other people. Between people snoring and sleep talking and tossing and turning and bathroom habits, just I usually struggle sleeping with anybody. But I've also had trouble sleeping recently too. 4.5 million beans. That's pretty insane. I don't know how long it's been since you've traded them in, but It's pretty nuts. Yeah, I'm thinking about stopping my AC farm on board beans. Because I feel like, yes, at some point I'm gonna need to farm power statues to level up my power statue itself. But I also feel like it'd be better time spent AC farming at rams or clusters for later than it would be for farming board beans right now. I'm not really farming for statues right now. I'm literally just farming AC for cranium cooking. I feel like board rams would be better. I haven't traded mine in fucking forever, mate. Water damage? Oh shit. Slammer. Wait, what? What's that? Yeah, it's fuck the water damage. That blows. Oh, Chieftain, gotcha. Yeah, I kind of got bored. Once you went to vacation, I kind of was bored. So, do you want to borrow any of my stuff? The Bloodborne Katava helmet, the per life spent or something. Yeah, these are all like elite quests. I mean, I'll pick them up, but interesting. And does that auto cast a skill? I can't remember. Does the Katava helmet auto cast a skill once you spent X amount of like life? Oh man. Interesting. Interesting. Kind of curious what you're gonna do with that then. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of interested. I'm trying to think what skill would you want to auto cast on a 4-link that would actually be pretty strong and beneficial. I feel like Bone Shatter is the one that spawns the spikes, right? Oh, Earth Shatter, okay. I was gonna say, because if it is, then that one usually requires auto exert. I feel like slam builds though, Edge, in order to get it really juicy, you need to have auto exert. Because the exerted attacks is what makes slams really strong. Because like when the attack is exerted, you can get like extra fire damage, you can get extra AoE, you can get, you know, extra fizz damage. Like you can get so many different things if you have a bunch of shouts. And then obviously if you have the earth thing that you're talking, like we were just talking about, you can then pop those with the auto exert on top of that. I saw one the other day that was Val cold snap. It's supposedly absolutely busted with the bloodlines because the bloodlines makes it permanent Val skill basically, because it allows you to like charge it back up like while it's being used or whatever, I think, and it gives you an extra use, so you basically are indefinitely in a Val cold snap while walking the map. It's like a cold version of RF but way stronger. It scales better. But either way, I don't want to keep you, Edge. Yeah, just go get some sleep. I'll be around tomorrow if you want to chat. See you. Have a good night. Talk to you later. Do you like pina colada and getting caught in the rain? Nice, nice. That's pretty huge. Yeah, getting your elite classes all unlocked for all of your characters is huge. Just gives you so much versatility and so much account power. Like obviously getting duplicate ones isn't as powerful in most situations, but a lot of them, like when they have their elite class, when it comes to like actively playing and actively farming, it's way better when they have their elite class than before. So it's just better to have them if you're actively playing, let alone if you're passively playing. But that's why I was like, my first goal for you was get your elite classes, like push and get your elite classes as soon as you can, and then once you have that, push to get your 10 characters. Like push everybody's EXP and their levels up to get your 10th character. Once you have all 10 characters, you can kind of do whatever the hell you want, progress in any way you want. Like if you want to talk about more progression after you get to that point, like fine and dandy, I'm down for it. But that's like what you're shooting for. Like at bare minimum, that's what you're shooting for. It's like one of the most crucial milestones is elite classes, and then 10th character. Yeah, I mean, locking them in lab is not a bad option. Like I said, you need lab levels to get like stuff like that. You need lab levels for chips unlocks, right? Because you need the unlock chips on each character, or chip slots on every character, so you can actually equip chips as you get them. So obviously a really good thing to pick up as well. Overall though, lab is just kind of meh. But yeah, if you're not gonna be there, if you're not gonna be around, I would argue, Dig, if you can get to World 5 before you go on vacation, it would be better to sit them on divination. That would be a better AFK location to get your gods unlocked, because then you can take advantage of a twofer. If you get to goat, you can equip goat on all your characters, and then basically anytime you're in lab, you also count as being on divination, so you can do 2 skills at once. So while you lock them in lab, you can effectively be working on divination at the same time. Like I said, the most effective one is definitely that. Like, that's what I'm doing right now, because this week for World 2's ballot is increased div XP and stuff. So I have my guys in the lab, and they're working on both lab and divination right now. Yeah, are you equipping food, Dig? I know you haven't really had to probably worry about it, with how strong your character's been. Because with like the maxed out level hemoglobin, and then putting on some like current level foods, you can push a lot further. Yeah, just buy some from the vendor. So if you're in World 4, just buy like a stack of like each food and put it in your character slot. I don't know how many food slots your character has, because I don't know what you've unlocked yet. But yeah, food is going to be your best bet for pushing higher tier worlds without putting more effort into like lab and gear, right? One of the biggest bottlenecks that we, most of us would run into before a lot of the power creep has come in is we always ran into a problem with not having enough defense. So we've gotten used to, putting foods on and leaving foods on. So that would be the best thing I would tell you, is if you're looking to push World 4 and you don't have the defense to not take damage or whatever, and your AFK gains are pretty bad because your defensive survivability, put on some food, max out hemoglobin, and work on FMJ and alchemy. Yeah, and that's why I told you before, Dig, instead of just pushing right through World 4, push them from World 1 all the way to World 4, because they're gonna get kills while pushing towards unlocking the quest for the boss keys, and it gives them a lot of levels, so they get a lot more extra XP instead. Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah, it just, that's why like one character is usually really strong when the other character is usually pretty weak, because you usually heavy focus on one character. Eventually that won't be such a big deal, but yeah, it's just the nature of having ults, honestly. It'll be fine eventually. Take it a little while. Yeah, they don't need to do side zones yet. Yeah, they can do those later another day when you're doing other grinds and stuff. But yeah, the guy's only doing 700 500 kills an hour. I don't know if there's many tweaks you can do to it, whether it's like putting on different cards or putting on like maybe their talents are off, maybe their gear is off, maybe the cards are off, right? Like there's a few miscellaneous things that you might be able to do to I don't know. Like I said, I know you've done most of the stuff that you need to do, so I'm not really that worried about it. Go back to skilling roll. Yeah, it's all good. Like I said, when it comes to like the skilling though, make sure you're focusing on unlocking things or farming things that are going to progress either alchemy, stamps, or gear, right? You don't want to farm things that aren't going to be technically like useful or needed for a while. Because now that you're in World 4, have you started working on your breeding at all or your cooking at all? Because that's a huge thing for you as well. Cooking is massive. Cooking is absolutely massive. Yeah, so breeding is very slow in the beginning. It gets a lot faster when you get really far into it, but at that point you're like done with it, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so breeding, I don't know if you've looked up any information on breeding guides of like what skills to put together and or what ability lineups to do, and there's like some method to the madness. I don't know if you want to like look at it or not. Okay, let's head back over here. But yeah, cooking is the big thing, honestly. The reason you do breeding is to get salts to unlock more cooking, and to use the salt or the spices to upgrade your kitchen tables. Yeah, so there is a few things when it comes to upgrading your stations that you focus on but don't focus on. Hard to explain just by verbally saying it. But there is one salt in particular you never spend, no matter what. Because you need it for alchemy, and it's such a bottleneck. You need so much of it. There's a lot of methods around it, which is one of the methods that I teach people, but I think you're already past the point where we can teach you to use that method, technically, so. But we can go over it if you want. I know you like to do things on your own, but I can explain the salt and why, if you want me to. And if you want me to talk anything about the breeding or the matchups or whatever, or any tips or information on how to get through it a little bit faster. Alright. All good. Like I said, the option's always there, and you know that, so. Whenever you get to a point where you think you need help, feel free. I mean, obviously you have YouTube, you know. Griffey and Llama and all of them have made like a lot of good guides. So they cover almost everything you'd ever want to know that I would even cover for you as well. But yeah, like you're at one of the plateaus though, Dig. No matter how we look at it, you're at one of those plateaus where you're gonna have to AFK doing a few things for a little while before you're like, because you're in like AFK hell right now. Like World 4 has the lab of AFK hell. World 5 has an AFK hell for divination as well. World 7 has an AFK hell. So like some worlds just have this straight up AFK hell that you have to just get through. And then on top of the AFK hell, they have other AFK portions where it just requires time and AFKing and gathering of resources to get past a certain hurdle. Like the problem you're having right now where you only have 500 kills on those characters. Like that's another like bottleneck where you're at like a soft cap right now where you have to put effort into horizontal progression to scale that up in order for it to like the progression to be better. And that's like the best part about the game is you run into these like soft gaps where you're just like, oh, now I'm not progressing anymore, and then you finally get past a certain hurdle and you're like, oh, I'm progressing a bunch, and then you're like, oh, I'm not progressing anymore. You know, it's just back and forth. But the reason why we all keep playing and why we keep coming back to it and we enjoy it so much is because no matter how much shit we talk about Lava, no matter how much shit we talk about his game, he does a very good job, at least in my opinion, of making sure that things in World 1 don't become useless over time. Right? He finds ways with each world to try and incorporate the previous world to the new worlds. Like that's the one thing we can definitely say he does pretty well. So that's why there's like a lot of like plateaus, because you're at a point where it's like, oh well, now I need to scale up, you know, this from World 1. I didn't put enough effort into that, so now I gotta do more work on that. All right, sounds good, mate. Yeah, post offices suck. So the only way you're gonna be able to progress your post office box, and I'm not gonna lie, post office actually doesn't have very many correlations to anything else in the game that I have found, other than it's just raw bonuses. The best thing I can tell you about post office boxes is you need to farm silver pens at some point, which, you know, you can just do organically by just farming other areas. You get them over time, and you just need a silver pen spam at some point just to get a shit ton of stuff done. Like, that's just kind of where you're gonna end up eventually needing to do so you can progress it. Yeah, but like Mate said, there is a lot of things that do come down the road that do make post office easier or faster. It's just, I wouldn't say there's anything particular that's like, hey, for every post office box that you've done, you get blah. Like, there's not a big correlation. There's just, hey, your silver pens now, dude, da 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 da. Or, you know, you can get more silver pens, or you can do this, or whatever, right? Like, bro, combos. I hit shift. Bro, I rolled. I was so far away from that man, and he somehow hit me. Bro, go suck a dick. Suck a big fat wiener. Wiener, chicken dinner. Yeah, that's why I hate the shielders, man. Because especially the ones that have like lunges or shield charges, like some of them aren't too bad, but some of them really suck. Most of the shielders have a really annoying ability to deal with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a few things that do help it, but there's nothing in particular that's like, hey, for every completed post office box, blah 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 blah, you get more damage, or what. Like, I haven't really noticed anything like that where the post office box directly impacts something else that gets added into the game later. You know, not as much as like some of the other stuff, right? How they kind of correlate to each other and benefit each other usually. Oh my god, bro. I forget about those islands so much, Dig, but they definitely can help quite a lot down the road. Bro, that fucking combo is ridiculous. Fuck that mob. That mob can actually suck it, dude. Probably the hardest mob I've fought in this game so far. That thing's crazy. That shield bash stab lunge thing combo fucking is ridiculous. Bro, no fucking shot. I have to kill another one of those. This guy should be. Oh. Fucking hate this guy. He's easy to kill. He doesn't get on top of you. Oh! That could have one-shot me. How am I missing these shots? How am I missing these? Oh god, I was not expecting that. Was not expecting that jump into the air. He had one shot left. One fucking shot left. Oh. I didn't see the circle on the ground. And then when I did, I rolled and then I rolled into the other one. Super unfortunate. Jump. Come on, Spear Tracker. I need you to de-aggro. Oh my god, dude. This is driving me insane. That guy's back, but I have to kill the guy in the end. Come on, can you guys de-aggro, please? Stupid, dude. It's so many fucking levels. I hit the damn space bar. It's the stupidest fucking combo in the game. Just fucking die. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck did you come from? Bro. This is fucking horseshit, dude. Where did this random ass fucking mob come from? So fucking dumb. It's pissing me off. I know it's a higher level zone, but this is just fucking obnoxious. God. Alright, if another dude fucking walks up behind me again, stabs me in the fucking ass and kills me, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Fuck you. Look, he came up behind me again. This is just fucking bullshit on every fucking level. Holy shit, dude. How much more bullshit can this get? Let's get the fuck out of here. I forgot to set my end recall. So we're gonna do that really quick. Oh, that was stupid. Yawn, stupid. Oh. Oh, I forgot. How did God ranks work, mate? I have all my guys in lab right now training divinity at the same time. But I know I can use my divinity points on God ranks or something, right? You're gonna call it a night. All right, sounds good, Dig. I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Sleep well, and yeah, hit us up whenever you have questions. Obviously, we're always around, so I appreciate you. All right, let's. We got a question here. We got 2 quests in here. Alright, they have a turkey at 80%. I grab the quests and set my in recall here. And then we'll go and do the turkey, I guess. I don't know how I can miss the big gobbler on his fucking throat, dude. Oh. We are almost done with the turkey. Just give me the trophy. Still need to buy my houses, but I need the trophy. No. I did get the hammer frickin' again, which I already had. That doesn't really help me, but alright, so let's did I not set my end to this? What? Bro, I totally set my end there. Oh, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Oh. But yeah, mate, since this week I had divination exp gain and stuff, I put all my characters except for 2 on div, and all of my guys went from like 130 or 140 divination or lab to like 240 like in one night. Kind of crazy. So now I have the 3 green gems or like teal gems unlocked at the end. I had to readjust one of my characters, so I hit all 3 of them. One of the gems only has an 80 pixel radius, so you have to move one guy close to it. Because it has a fixed radius for some reason.
Here is what I wish to know. Why do they call this place World? It's not like there is a bad open.
Failed to check in.
Here is what I wish to know.
Okay. Those were checked in, so I don't know why it's failing. Alright, so let's go north. Oh! That's fine. Don't kill me, please. I will say this zone might be harder to do chest runs in now. They revamped it and made it a little bit more like level 70 style. Might be a bit harder. Thanks. It hit like a fucking truck out here. Yeah, they really do these caches though. Made them ancient coffers. Kind of cool. Yeah, I have a lot of important things to do. It's just World 2's ballot was like basically a shit ton of div XP and a shit ton of div points for this week. So I figured, fuck it, why not just basically get 2 times rewards for doing it? So we just said we'd do it to this week, you know. Because I mean, my only other option is to sit there and farm. Shit, I didn't expect that to actually be a person. Is to farm more kill count in World 7, right? That's kind of like all we've been doing, and I could do that. Unlock the new portals, you know, and things like that. But I'm getting so little amounts of like overall kills that that's gonna take a very long time. I might as well just take care of this week's 2 times bonus for that. I felt like that would have just been better because I don't know what I can do with the div points right now because I haven't done any god ranks or anything for a very long, like, or at all, pretty much. So I don't know really what I can expect to get out of it. Oh! Okay, I was not expecting a charger because I couldn't see him, so I didn't know what kind of boss this was. I just heard the sound and I just knew it was coming. That was terrifying. Oof, that was terrifying. Yeah, I forgot about Coral. Yeah, Coral could be a good one too. But yeah, I think it was the god ranks, and I just don't know what god ranks it would really give me. I saw a picture Fip just posted about his god rank, where his is like div XP and class XP multiplier, like 7 times class XP or something. I feel like they could be worth it depending on what the ranks are gonna do for me. I'd have to like look at it, I guess. But I figured, fuck it. We'll just let them sit for a week. I needed to get my lab levels up anyway. And you know, since my lab levels needed to go up, I figured it's 2 birds with 1 stone. Get my lab and my div done at the same time. All right, let's re-go. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Oh. 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 All right. Can I see what the god ranks would give me in like toolbox or something to see if it's even worth god ranking? Like that, I'm doing it mostly just for the EXP right now. Cause like my lab level was really low before, so I was thinking, you know, it's probably not bad for the mastery, right? So getting our lab mastery, right? Now that I have this, so now I have this, right? I didn't have this before. Pretty sure I didn't have this before, but like this is pretty nice. Look, 230, 230, 250, 260, 230, 212, 250, 250, 246, and then the one guy that's wowing is to 120. But that's not too bad. What up, Mandarin? This isn't a movie, right? Not a lot, just a bunch of Iron Man progression on the New World. But yeah, this is what we were working towards, honestly. But yeah, like the divinity, I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, like see, I have God rank 1. I don't know what the God rank will do for us. Because almost all of these are maxed, right? Those are all maxed. Those are all maxed. This one just needs some atoms, so I need 65 million to finish this, which that'll take me a couple days. This I can get done in a day or so. And then this one, that's a lot of that's a lot. That one's gonna take me a while to finish, but does the sales yet? No. So I guess those are dailies? Repeatable quests in the zone? That's interesting. I've never seen a repeatable in New World before. That's a first.
Snake! What happened? Snake!
Snake! Thank you all to finish. Interesting. Yeah, it's weird. I've literally never seen a daily quest before, or like a repeatable. That's a first. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm so pissed that they decided to discontinue the game. I really hope that next year they rethink this idea. Because like I said, right now everything's kind of like wishy-washy, like what's gonna happen, where it's gonna go, what's gonna happen, you know, what they're gonna do, blah blah blah. Because it's like, hey, we're not gonna give you any more content, but we're gonna keep the servers open until at least the end of 2026. So it's like, okay, cool. So we at least get a little over a year, still play the game, but we don't really know what's gonna happen. We don't know if they're going to pick it back up. We don't know if they're going to shut it down. We don't know if they're going to sell off the rights and give it to somebody else. Like, we don't know anything. Yeah, but that's not the thing. It's like, I'm not really worried on like how long it'll take them to shut it down. I'm just more curious on, is it truly in maintenance mode and it's just going to be, or it's just going to linger until they eventually shut it down? Or are they going to eventually pass it along to either another division or another company, allow them to pick it up and take, you know, and run with it? Like, are they just literally just killing it? You know, like that's kind of what I'm curious on. But there's not a whole lot of information on it. All right, one's dead. Yeah, because I just thought it was funny. It's like, oh, we're not going to give you guys any more content, and then they give us daggers, and they released the new reworked Reekwater as well, like 2 weeks after they told us they weren't going to give us any more content. So it's like, I understand that that probably wasn't supposed to happen, and one of the employees were just like, screw you guys, I'm giving it to him anyway. That's probably what ended up happening. But so I shouldn't expect to see any more content coming out. I'm just hoping that, like I said, between the community's outreach, not outreach, but like their outrage and like the situation and the petitions and everything that people have said, taking feedback and everything, I'm just hoping that they possibly could think about reintroducing like new life into the game. Like, that's all I'm saying. Not saying they will, but I'm hoping. Obviously that's probably misplaced, because the odds of them walking back a decision like that is pretty slim, if even possible. So I don't expect them to walk it back. I'm just kind of hoping that the way they look at it is, well, there's a lot of people that still want it. Yes, we don't want to have to deal with it anymore. Maybe they'll be willing to sell it off to another team. To let another team take over. Like, that would be awesome. If they would allow another team to take over and to keep the game going, I think that could go a long way. Give me next holiday. Fight me. Hugs. All right. Well, I hope your holiday is going well, Mandarin. I appreciate you being here. Enjoy your drunkenness. And yeah, I don't have a problem with you being here, Mandarin. It's just you're so sporadic and so random with your thoughts and your conversations. It's hard to keep up with you sometimes. All right, I'm not gonna deal with this. All right, we're just gonna head this way. Go do the other thing. Oh. But yeah, mate, I kind of agree with you though. Is like where we're at in our count progression. I don't think God ranks are going to give us much of a benefit in comparison to other things we could be doing. And I agree that sitting down and doing my lab/divinity probably isn't the best idea, because by the time I do get around to that being my focus, I'll have way more EXP gains and stuff like that going on. But I'm not really, since I do hyper focus a lot on certain things, I'm not really hyper focusing on anything that would force my guys to be able to do anything that's of better use to me right this second, purely because all they were doing is opening portals in World 7 and they were sucking at it. So at least this, I can take advantage of the weekly bonus and actually get some progress in a skill that I don't really need to right now. Yeah, like I said, I don't really know what the god ranks are going to give me. That's the thing. Is like I have god rank 1. I don't know how to upgrade the god rank, and I don't know like what bonuses I will get from doing it. So that's like the thing that I'm lost on, is I didn't see any god rank bonuses in Eidolon tools to say, hey, if you get to god rank 2, you get this bonus. You know, if you get god rank 3, you get this bonus. I didn't see that. But I do see on the picture in Discord from Pip, god rank 13, it shows 130 div XP and 7.42 times class XP. So I don't know if that's an additive or if it's actually a multiplier. it has the X, so I was hoping it was a multiplier. Because if it's a multiplier, that's actually a huge bonus. But either way, it's just like, that's pretty cool for rank 13. I don't think I'd hit rank 13 for sure, but once again, that's one of those, it would benefit me, but really not that much right now. Yeah, the little ones sometimes can be time consuming, I would say, is the best way to explain it. It's like, because like the big one, so the way I look at it, mate, is when he's doing weekly updates, I feel like it's harder for the I don't know who you would call them, but the people that are accepting and denying of the updates, you know, because he has to put it in for approval, right? When he does the big updates, I feel like he has it done in advance and he posts it early for it to be accepted sooner, right? And then he just finally, like, it's already been approved and it's just waiting to be released, versus these weekly ones, he finishes it and then he posts it up there to be accepted, but it takes a while to be accepted, right? So I think that's why the smaller ones, when he does his weekly updates, take so much longer than the bigger ones, because the bigger ones I feel like are put in ahead of time. I feel like he doesn't just spur of the moment release them like that. He has a planned like release day for the big ones at least. Oh. That was way too fast of an attack. I wasn't expecting it that fast. I was trying to get that attack off, and it interrupted my attack twice. He had one hit left, and he interrupted my auto attack twice. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Stressed again. Alright, what do we need to do? 5 is just investigate the mysterious altar. Oh, this is actually a really hard one. This one's actually really difficult. I don't know if I can do this one solo. Because not only do I have to get in here, I have to activate the altar, but I need to kill a bunch of waves of mobs. Yeah, I'm doing decent damage, but I know once we start spawning lots of mobs, I'm gonna get overwhelmed, and it's gonna get really hard. I'm worried I'm not gonna be able to do this one solo. I hit my dash, but I was out of energy. That guy's dead. Ah, fuck. That guy needs to get off my nuts. Sorry. That guy used to be much harder, I think. Okay, that used to be way harder. Woo! Okay, that worked out. I almost got killed there with the one body slam, but I healed up before. So, worked out. I should probably switch back to 500 dex, actually. Since we're just doing bow stuff anyway. And we'll just get a little bit of con for extra HP at this point. We could drop 5 decks, put us 25 if we really wanted to. It's fine. All right, then we're good. Whew. Yeah, so I think that's what ends up happening, mate. Is why the smaller ones take so much longer for iOS, because iOS has to go through a long process of them testing the update, them scanning it, going through the code, blah blah blah, making sure there's nothing malicious or bad in it before they actually release the update when it's you know, marked as protected or whatever. Oh, Fisher's Glory and use. I just did that. Oh, is there a double quest for that or something? Are you fucking kidding me, horse? Or deer? Alright, it's fine. Yeah, cause yeah, he would technically strength would give us a few extra points of damage for putting a few points into it, but it's not worth 15 points or maybe 15 points of damage. You just get a little bit extra HP, like 150. I have a little bit of survivability. Not a lot, but a little. Just a little bit. You can take it if you try. Just a little bit. You and I. We just did this. Oh, these are only level 60 as well. They didn't change the level of these mobs. Maybe that's why it's so easy. I didn't realize that. This guy's level 70, but we are also level 70. Okay, yeah, that must be it. Feel like they didn't change this quest's levels. Because like I said before, the zone was 60, right? And these mobs would go from 61 to 70, and you needed people to do it. Now it's soloable because you're 70 and the zone is, I mean, the quest is still 60. Maybe that was an oversight. I mean, I know the zone wasn't completed when they gave it to us, so it makes sense. Oh, and there was a daily too, so. So I think a lot of these are going to be dailies for soul marks. And I wonder what the soul marks are used for. So far we have 3 dailies. And there's probably some dailies for the elite zones too. I wonder if I can get some of the elite zones done solo. Like the thing is, I'm not really geared. I don't have any like good perks or good stats or anything. So I know a lot of my stuff eventually I'll be able to do. I can't right now. You can buy gear? Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't really tinkered with the zone yet since it came out. Alright, yeah, I want to do the elites and the dungeons, but I know I can't do this one because it needs me to kill a dude. And I could fight my way through it slowly, but I don't think I'd be able to beat the guy. I mean, I could try. And then there's these three down here that I haven't tried yet. Alright, let's... But thanks for the info. I appreciate that, Chaos. I'm assuming that person is in the Breakwater town somewhere. And I'm also curious, with the revamp to Breakwater, is the large chest run still viable? Because the mobs in the zone would be more difficult. Because, I mean, I remember doing, like, large chest runs, like, hourly here. So is it this thing here? This thing, I'm assuming? Yeah, okay. Sieges? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, so these are the sets? Wait. Is it... I'm so confused. So they have an arranged set, an overcharged set, and a second wind set. I haven't seen those yet. You get perks, you get charms. Ooh, we can get some cool ass mounts. That's pretty sick. This is where they got the turkey. Okay. And then whatever these are cosmetically. And then yeah, mutation gear. So the mutation gear, I'm assuming, is just random RNG legendary shit. All right. Let us go to the... All right, we need to go up here. 4-star perk gear? Interesting. Wait, what is the mutation gear? The mutation pack is a 4-slot perk piece of gear? Because that's nuts. I would love a 4-slot weapon. Because from my understanding, 4 perk slots and a weapon, the perks that are slotted via the open slots or whatever, ones with the charms, supposedly those actually count even when your weapon is sheathed. So it allows for you to have a stat stick for a weapon as an offhand, instead of having it sheathed and the perks not working for you. That's what was explained to me, at least. I haven't been able to test it because I haven't been able to find one with a bunch of open perk slots like that. Yeah, so you said large chest runs is now sieges? Are we talking like chest, like, are you talking about like world tours and stuff? Where people just group together and siege everything down? What? Okay, I'm confused. Totally thought I shot that dude, so I went to just start walking. That was interesting, to say the least. Oh, fucking hate range sometimes. So annoying. You get to 100 logging, bro. What up, Carnage? I'm playing Dead World right now. Playing my Iron Man playthrough that I started on this expansion. And then they decided to kill the game right after 2 weeks after I started this character. And I said, you know what? As long as I'm having fun, I don't care if the game gets turned off, like, you know, in next year. That's fine. Like, at the end of the day, the only thing that truly matters is, did I have fun, right? So that's the way I'm looking at it. That's the way I'm going to go about it. And as long as the answer to the question of, am I having fun, is still yes, I will continue my journey. So that's why we're still playing it, right? So it doesn't matter if the game no longer exists next year and all the progression I put into it means nothing, and the, you know, the YouTube VODs that we're saving off and everything are no longer viable. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is, did I have fun in the moment? And as long as I can look back at my days and I can say, yes, I did have fun, then I'm not doing anything wrong. All I could ever ask for when it comes to a game, right, is entertainment. Exactly. That's where we're at right now. That's why we're still playing it. Even though everybody else has basically completely written the game off and stopped playing it and switched to a new game. There's very, very, very few people that still play it. I don't care. I'm gonna continue just because it seems right up my alley, you know. What I like. I've always loved this game. I've always wanted to you know, play it more. It just never did because it always was lacking something and I always had other games to play. So, all right, everything is done except for the elite quests and the dungeon, because right now we have 2 expedition quests for, I think that's the last. We have the elite quest over here to kill a guy, and then we have, I think we have 3 elite quests over here. But we can try and do some of the elite quests, but worst case scenario, we get in here and we realize, okay, that's not doable solo. And we move on to another zone. We come back here when there's actually some world tour coming through, because we can leech these quests with a world tour. We get a world tour going through pools, or we're going through sirens, then we can leech a lot of the kills and leech a lot of the boxes and stuff needed for completing a lot of these quests. Yo, is there actually a world tour coming through here? Maybe not. Okay, I thought there might have been. That's what we need to do here. Either succeed at Siren's Call Siege, or succeed in Eternal Pool Siege. Eh? Oh, yep, that was a mistake. That guy's HP didn't move. That guy's HP didn't move and he pulled too many. Wait, that was not English that you just write? But you said, I'm assuming you meant it's not part of the World Tour anymore? Playing on Valhalla. I was in a group that did go through pools the other day. And we also did sirens. But I'm assuming this is the siege you were talking about. I don't know how to do this. That's all fine. It's all fine. Alright, so let's unpin that. Alright. Well, that's all sure for this. Like I said, we could technically find some friends. Huh. This is in progress. I don't know what that means. Maybe we can get some people together one of these days and try doing some of that. Alright, so we got Elysium Wild still, we have Brimstone, we have Cutlass, and we have the new zone still to do. But everything else is quest-wise, it's pretty much... I just hate leaving quests on my map. I've asked a few times if anybody was, you know, gonna do Eternal Pools or some of these other quests, and no one's answered me, so I'm just not that worried about it. I said, we'll get some people together one day and do them. So, time to move on over here. I feel like I play in a really dead time though, Chaos. That, like you said, like if you don't type it just right, nobody will say anything. But there are a lot of times where you just ask a question and you get whispered, right? Or you just get a random invite by people that are either already doing it or planning to do it. Usually how it always rolled for me. Alright. I don't really like axes, so we're just gonna get rid of them because I don't want to deal with them. I don't really want bows either because we're gonna get off bows eventually. Don't really want to flail. I should probably keep it to level it. Probably fucked up there, but we could probably use this for now over the blue one we have. We have this dog shit as blue one. Just put this on for now. Alright, didn't we get a harvesting item or something? I'm honestly not even really looking at the gear because I don't even really know what I want. So, you're going to be yelling at me for some of these items that I'm scrapping because I don't know what to look for, nor do I care all that much. I'm never going for like bisque gear. I'm never going to go for like, you know, super ultra big dick fucking raid ready PvP god, you know. I feel like mortal aggression's not bad. Not great, but at least it gives you some sort of regen or heal, right? Like lifesteal. And then I want sacrificial empowerment for the base damage. I want to stack that for sure. I have not done catacombs. I hate PvP and I hate axes. I've always hated axes. This doesn't look bad. Oh, take that back. It's a medium, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. That's the problem, is like I keep getting like medium pieces that I'm like, oh, that doesn't look too bad. And I really don't want to change my light setup. And I don't want to run a bunch of conditionings, so like I'm okay with running like elemental aversion or something like that, but I don't want to run like shock conditioning, stun conditioning. Like I don't want to run all those conditionings. That's just way too specific. Yeah, like arcane conditioning, thrust conditioning. I'm not feeling that. That's just what most of these roll though. What do you say? Oh, sorry. Just get one of each. One of each of those perks that you're talking about. The two that I was talking about. One where you get more damage, and then the other one where you get the lifesteal. Is that what you're talking about? Get one of each of those and whatnot. Yeah, I haven't got into mutations yet or anything. I literally haven't done anything. I forced myself to 70, but I'm backtracking for all the quests because for a completion status that I usually shoot for, I want to get every quest completed. And then I want to work on all my professions. I normally don't care all that much about vertical progression when it comes to gear. Gear progression to me just doesn't really matter. So I typically don't worry about doing mute runs. I don't worry about, you know, finding best in slot gear, doing anything like that. I usually just log in, do my professions, log out, you know, work on my trophies. Like, don't get me wrong, if my friends are playing and they want to run mutes, I'm down to run mutes, right? But I don't like to jump into random RNG group runs of randoms to run mutes all the time, because it's not my cup of tea. Like I typically, like, I'll do that in some games, but most MMOs that I've ever experienced is when you get into random groups, you run into, like, certain communities and certain games are very elite oriented, and they watch like streamers and a lot of YouTube videos and things like that where people are doing like glitches and skips. And where's this tome? Where's this tome? Where's this tome? Oh. And like, take Thorn and Liberty for example. I was on a boss fight and I was tanking fine. And they're like, and then they ended up dying because they were trying to do something, and they're like, "Oh, do you not know the skip?" I'm like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" It's like, "Oh, you don't know the skip? All right, we're just gonna kick you and find somebody else." And it's just like, it started, like, that mentality just kind of kept trickling into every dungeon, where someone would come up with like a trick or a glitch or some sort of skip or mechanic or something, and if you didn't know it or you didn't attempt to do it, or if you failed to do it, they just kicked you out of the party instantly. I know there isn't, but I'm just saying, like, that's my problem when it comes to like random groups, is in a lot of games, not saying New World specifically, but in a lot of MMOs, you have those people that just, if you don't do like pixel perfect movement, or, you know, you get hit by one hit, or you don't do like a specific YouTuber's method on how to do something properly, or, you know, something very minor, they just kick you out of the party rather than talking to you. Like, rather than just like explaining, "Hey, you know, we need you to do this," or "Is there a reason why you're not doing that?" Or, "Hey, have you seen or done this?" It's like, you know, instead of having a conversation, they just kick you out of the party and just start over. Yeah, and I just don't deal with it. That's why I typically play most of my stuff solo. Like, I play Ironman and I play solo. Now, I don't mind playing with other people, but I usually only play with people that I either A, know, or B, are there in the stream, right? So I have a few friends that do play, and occasionally we'll group up when, like, one of them tanks, one heals, and I do damage. And if we get some DPS in there that are like elitist assholes, you know, we just kick them, right? If they're just bitching and complaining. Oh, I've been playing MMOs for over 20 years, and I've had a lot of bad experiences in my days. Right? Between World of Warcraft, RuneScape, you know, for many years. I played World of Warcraft for 15 years. I played RuneScape I still play it actually for like 20 years, right? Like for all the time that I have been playing these MMOs, I've had a lot of bad experiences across the board for every single one of them. You know, Lost Ark, Throne and Liberty, freaking Blue Protocol, like every single of the newer ones are just as bad as the older ones. It's just people are just so elitist heavy, and I don't know why. Like they see what one top tier player does, or one stream, or one Reddit post, or one shorts, or something, and they're like, "Oh, I'm a fucking pro now." And if you don't do what I do or what I watch people do, then you're obviously dog shit. I want nothing to do with you. I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm good. Yeah, that's what I did too, Chaos. So, obviously, so vanilla, I didn't do a whole lot, but you know, group PvP. I was in a guild to do Arathi Basins and Alterac Valley spams. That's pretty much all I did. I did that, and then I tried to get into MC, but I was playing a rogue back then, and they refused to heal rogues back then because of the way the mana was like so stingy. So it was really hard to get into MC runs because they kind of almost refused to bring a lot of rogues because they didn't want to have to heal them, and they weren't very useful to have more than like one, maybe two. They were decent, but like I said, they just sucked mana, so they didn't really use them. And then on top of that, if you didn't have fire res gear, they wouldn't take you either. So I didn't have fire res gear because I never spent the time to farm it, so I just basically couldn't get into groups. So I never really got to raid MC back then, or any of the raids pretty much. So that's why I was kind of just stuck to just Arathi Basin farming and Alterac Valley farming. And since I was a rogue, I was just tasked with being stealth and, you know, stun locking healers in the background, or base racing in the back, and, you know, taking out like flags and towers and guarding and defending. And it worked. It was great. And then BC came out, and I started getting into some raids because, you know, I started playing a hunter and people would actually accept me. It was kind of fun. So we got into some raids, and then after that we started teaching DPS, right? I switched from a hunter to a tank, so I started doing warrior and pally tanking. I had both. And then when Lich King came out, I picked up a DK on top of all of that, so I had all three tanks. So not all three, you know, I'm missing the fourth, because I didn't really like druids. So I was basically just main tanking back then in Lich King, or in BC into Lich King. So I started teaching DPS how to do their rotations and helping tanks kind of get all sorted so they can like tank for me if I ever, you know, if we were missing a DPS, I could switch to DPS and so on and so forth. So I started teaching a lot of that for different guilds and different friends and different groups and stuff like that. No, when M's started coming around, I kind of gave up on raiding. Or I was never in a guild that was able to progression past heroics, or even like doing dungeons for M pluses, you know, mythic plus dungeons and stuff. I never really got into those either. Same reason. It's just trying to find groups. That's when we started getting the elitist people. Were like, oh, well, what's your highest thing? Show me your achievement. Or, you know, look at your gear, you have the wrong enchant, or you have the wrong gem, or, you know, your stat priority is off, whatever the fuck. People were just fucking elitist pieces of shit. So yeah, anyway, so back, and then Kata came around, and I was main healing in Kata, and at that point I was teaching DPS, tanking, and healing, and I was just main healing everything. I don't know what to do with that. Okay. That was just like kind of my thing. And then, you know, Kata was fun, but I didn't really have a guild because my my gaming schedule was a little wonky. And then I went to the military, and then I kind of stopped playing for a while, but I would play on and off here and there. And I never really had like a set enough schedule to actually get into a raid group, so I would just join random ones. for the next couple of years, you know. But yeah, we did a little bit of Mop, we did a little bit of Warlords of Draenor, and then around that point we were just kind of done with the game, so we just kind of fizzled out and gave up. Honestly, Kata was kind of bad, but I actually liked the mechanics of some of the raids. Like Firelands raid was really chill. I kind of liked it. Like the boss where you had to like attack the legs to make them turn, to like step on the little volcanoes and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool to have to be coordinated with your DPS, change DPS as needed to get them to turn in certain fashions. I thought that was really sick. Some of the other boss fights weren't as in depth, so it was kind of like meh. But I really liked that boss fight specifically. Like the dog fight was just kind of annoying more than it was anything. It wasn't really good. It wasn't really bad. It just was kind of just fucking annoying. And then like the spider fight was once again just kind of annoying. It wasn't really anything crazy. But yeah, anyway, I liked the foot one. The foot one was really cool. Come on. Like, why is he retreating? He moved like 10 feet! Bro, what is that? I've never seen something retreat so quickly in my life. God, my damage is so bad. I don't remember Dragon Soul. I think when it came to Kata, I never went past like the original first couple fights in Firelands. Like I said, it was mostly, I think we would kill the snake or the spider, and I don't think the group I was with got much past the spider, if any. I just remember like getting really pissed because the group I was with, they were like a bunch of kind of plebs, right? It happens. It's not a big deal. And I taught a lot of the DPS how to get their DPS up and switch out their gear and their stats and their gyms and telling them what abilities they're using wrong. Like we fixed them all up, and then tanks I helped out as well. And we got everybody kind of at a, thanks for the hydrate, mate.
Right now.
Kind of got everybody to a good solid position, which is why we were able to kill the first 3 or 4 bosses of Firelands. But the problem was I was playing a shaman, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I can take a little blame for this, right? Because there is something to be said about the situation. So we had a disc priest, a druid, and we had me as a shaman, as the 3 healers for the raid. And for some apparent reason, as a shaman, I never ran out of mana. Like the way I healed, I had 100% mana the whole time. Occasionally I would dip down during kind of more hectic sections where I needed to like heal surge spam a little bit to catch up. Or in a lot of situations, since I always had so much mana in comparison to the other 2 guys, they would literally go in the middle of the boss fight, and I would have to solo heal. It happened all the time. So we would get like a quarter of the way into the boss fight, and the priest would be out of mana. How did I miss 4 times? The priest would literally be out of mana in like the first 45 seconds of the fight. And I'm just like, bro, how do you run out of mana so fucking fast? That's crazy. And I would have to pick up the slack, you know, because he had to heal, or because he had to like get his, you know, his mana back. And then shortly after that, you know, the druid would do his innervate or whatever, and then the druid would run out around that time, you know, and then the fucking priest would be out of mana again. And bro, I just don't understand. By the end of the fight, even with solo healing for a portion of the fights, like certain sections where I'm literally the only one healing, or it's just 2 of us healing for a hot minute, and I'm like picking up the slack because we only have 2 healers, I still would end a fight with over 75% mana. It was just obnoxious. And like I said, I could take a little blame for this. Like, yes, maybe I could have been healing a little harder so they weren't healing as much, and they would have been able to conserve some of their mana longer, and I would have been a run out of I would have ran out of mana a little bit, right? But if you look at the healing charts, I was top of the healing charts, heals per second. I was the least amount of overheals. Like there wasn't a single thing that you could like mark off that I was doing incorrectly, other than the fact that I could have, in theory, healed a little harder because I could have used more mana, right? So like I said, I can take a little bit of flack for, like I said, just lacking a little bit when it comes to maybe I could have brought my heal, like I could have healed even harder than I already was. Where's this dude at? Right? So instead of being like 3,000 heals per second, maybe I could have got to like 3.5 and started like actually not being full on mana. Like maybe I could have did something like that. Maybe they would have had a little bit more mana to go around. Maybe we would have cleared faster or better or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like they had a lot of overhealing. Like, and I expect that from a druid because, in my opinion, druids, when they put hots on everybody and then that person gets healed up, the hot adds a lot of overhealing, right? Like if you have a hot on like 30 different people and everybody's topped off because they're standing in healing rain, or you know, we chain healed everybody up or whatever, right? And then all those hots are now ticking on all those people. Like you're gonna have a decent amount of overhealing, and I don't hold that against him. But at the same time, if you see that the tank is low and you prep like a direct heal, and I have a direct heal prepped as well, and then one of ours goes off before the other one, right? I expect that to overheal because we were oh shit healing at that point, right? I get that. What are we doing here? We're defeating specific people or something. There's one, okay. But anyway, so what it boiled down to after a couple like weeks or like maybe a month and a half of doing Firelands for a while, right? As a group, the guild kicked me out of the guild and the raid party and quote unquote said I was the reason they weren't progressing. They said they were replacing me with a better healer because I was the reason that they couldn't progress. Yet they had at least, out of the 30 people in the raid group, they had at least 15 or 20 of them that would literally stand in fire and die. And we would have to heal them through them standing in the fucking fire. Right? And that was my entire experience through WoW. Like, I'm not saying this is a one-off. I'm saying that was my entire 15-year experience in World of Warcraft. Was that sums up everything. And then every time I would try to find a new guild, I don't know what it was. I don't know if I was blacklisted or something, but every single guild I would like try to talk to, they're like, oh, we're full. Oh, we don't need shamans. Oh, well, you also have this character. Oh, well, we don't need that character either. Oh, well, you also did this. Oh, well, we don't need that either. What don't you have? Oh, that's what we need. It's like, that's what it felt like. It's like they knew I didn't have a boomkin or a mage, so they just wouldn't take me. And that was the reason. He's like, oh, we're full on all classes except for this. It was so obnoxious, man. It was literally like the worst experience I've ever had. And me and Dig talked about this the other day, like, because he's a WoW player as well. And he's like, bro, if they're saying they're not recruiting, like that they're full or that they don't need a class, then those guilds are dumb. There has to be another underlining reason why they won't take you. And that's why I'm thinking maybe there was like some backroom deals on our server where people were just like, hey, this guy is toxic, or this guy is really bad at the game, and blah, blah, blah. You know, people spreading rumors around me, and people were just, you know, buying into it without actually getting to know me. Like, that's the only thing I could fucking fathom. I think the last guy's up there, yeah. because like I've never met these people, I've never raided with them, I've never run dungeons with them, I've never done anything with them, and instead of just giving me the benefit of the doubt and like giving me a trial period and like just running some like heroic dungeons with me or something, just to see my level of like knowledge or skill, or you know, my healing potential, or just my mechanical movements or whatever, they're just like, yeah, we're not recruiting, we're not, you know, we don't need any shamans, we don't need any, you know, warrior tanks, we don't need any pally tanks, we don't need any death knight tanks, we don't need any hunters, we don't need any rogues. Bro, I had 9 characters at max level, all geared for like up to like progression, like up to raid. Like I hadn't raided yet, so I hadn't raid gear. So it's like, how in the fuck can you not take a single one of my characters? And I liked what Dig said too, because like good guilds didn't recruit the classes, they recruited the player, right? Because the player can always change their class, right? They can always play somebody different. Exactly, 2K. It's like they didn't want shamans because they weren't the top tier healers. They weren't the business best in slot, you know, person that was going to carry everybody to victory. But at the end of the day, though, you're not recruiting somebody because that's their character. You're recruiting somebody for their potential and experience, and then they can just play another character, right? Like, just because I main a shaman now doesn't mean that I can't, for the benefit of the guild or the group, play a different character, right? If you need me to pull out a tank, I can pull out a tank. If you need me to be a different DPS, I can be a different DPS. If you need me to play a fucking priest, I'll play a goddamn priest. You know what I mean? Alright, I think we're gonna run up and get this started. I don't know if you're in an ad, Chaos. Are you in an ad? You keep talking if you're not in an ad. An ad? An advertisement? 'Cause I have ads that play on the channel every 36 minutes. One's currently going. Look, you answered me. I'm assuming you don't have an ad going on. So, we'll just say you're not in an ad. So since you're not in one, I can talk. Okay, got you. So after a few years of this going on, Chaos, like I said, I played for 15 years. I played from 2004 to about 2019, and then I eventually just gave up. After a few years of this happening from Kata on, right? Because like I said, vanilla, we just PvP'd. We had a group, we had a guild, we played, we PvP'd, it was fun. BC, we kind of did a little bit of both, a little bit of everything, just had fun, played with people. Kata kind of tried to get into the raid scene, you know, Wrath of the Lich King as well, like we did all that. And after Kata, it's just like, it kind of just turned into a shit show, right? And I couldn't find any guilds, I couldn't find any groups, I couldn't really do anything, so I was mostly just playing solo and occasionally grouping up with some random people to do certain farms and stuff. So I just gave up. I made a bunch of alts and I just did nothing but professions basically the whole time. And I made my own guild just for guild storage because I was running out of bank storage, like character and bank storage from all the crafting and resource gathering I was doing. So I would go out and I would farm a bunch of ores and stuff with like a DK or something, right? And I'd come back and I'd prospect it all down into gems, and then I would take the main gems and I'd make like PvP gems or raid gems, right? So like the all stat, like the strength stat, the in stat, you know, whatever agility stat ones, I'd make those, sell those. I'd also make some of the PvP ones, you know, some of the specific like core top tier selling ones that people were always like replacing and stuff. So I'd make those, I'd sell those, and then the extra gems that no one really needed because the things that they made were kind of one-offs, I would make jewelry with those, and then I'd send that to my disenchanter. I'd disenchant it, get all the disenchanting mats, and then I would put up like enchants for on the papers, and I'd sell enchants as well. I would just rinse and repeat doing that shit all the time. And then every once in a while, I would try and go and do some rare herb farms, like when those would like pop and stuff. So I just had a miscellaneous bunch of shit that I was just doing like that, and that's what I did with WoW for like the last 10 years or something. And just I would get into like looking for group runs for like raids, like all the way up to heroics and stuff. And then mythic ones were like, oh well, in order to join us, you need to show us that you have the achievement for clearing this on mythic, and if you can show us that, then we'll invite you. It's like, so which one came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, if I need the achievement to get into a group, then how do I get the achievement to start with? Like, so you expect me to be in a progression guild to push this, to get this completed, to have the achievement, to then want to run with a random pug group, not my progression group, to show you. It didn't make any sense. Yeah, like it didn't make sense. Okay, I was like, I can understand you linking your heroic achievement, right? That you've cleared it on heroic difficulty, so you can prove to me, okay, you've at least done this dungeon, not on like the easy dungeon finder, group finder version. You've actually done this on at least heroic finder, right? And that's at least something, right? But I shouldn't need to show you the actual mythic achievement of completing it on mythic to join a mythic dungeon. Because, like I said, at that point, that means there has to be one group willing to accept you without the achievement to obtain the achievement. So then other groups will then take you. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's that chicken or the egg situation where if you need the achievement, but you can't get the achievement because you need the achievement to get the achievement, then there's no way to get the achievement because you need the achievement to get the achievement, right? It's one of those really bad situations. That's one of the things I hated about World of Warcraft is the community was very elitist like that. That specifically, if you wanted to join a run with people, you needed to actually have the achievement for what you wanted to do to even do what you wanted to do. So it's just like it just irked me. It just made me mad that that's how the community was. The community was like, okay guys, the general consensus is don't invite people that don't have achievements for doing what we're trying to do. They haven't completed it already once, then we're not going to take them. And it's just like, well, then how are they ever going to complete it? Right? Like, that's just like going into like a math class and be like, all right guys, we're gonna do algebra. All right, but only people that have completed algebra are allowed to go into the algebra class. So yeah, if you've never completed algebra, you're not allowed to be in our class. Sorry. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and we've talked about this before too, is like, it didn't used to be that way. Like, it was, right? Don't get me wrong, it was. But it was never really that bad in theory. Because I think when it really got bad was when the DPS meters kind of took over the scene. Because what ended up happening was the once all the the DPS meters kind of started showing up and they started becoming more prominent, you know, the add-ons and stuff, people were looking at the DPS meter and the only thing that mattered was how much damage you were, like how much DPS you were doing. But people weren't taking into consideration someone's job, right? Their role within the raid, the role within the dungeon, you know, the role with their class, or the mechanical parts of the fight. Certain classes just had low DPS in certain fights because it required a lot of moving, or it required a lot of, like, you know, stationary things or kiting, or so no one actually took any accountability, like not accountability, but no one ever actually took any kind of calculations into mind when it came to what the fight required, what was happening during the fight. Because let's say one time this person might have pulled top DPS because maybe RNG was in their favor and they didn't have to do the, they weren't the target of the mechanic 7 times in a fucking row, or, there's a lot of different situational things that do happen within fights that, one fight he might just be rocking it, another fight he might not. So it's like, before you just sit there and say, hey, your DPS was low, fix it or get kicked, look at the whole fight in itself, say, okay, well, what happened during that fight? Let's recap the fight, see what happened, what went wrong, and what could have contributed to the fact that your DPS was low, versus just saying, all right, sucks to suck, new person, and they just kick you out and fill in for somebody else. That shit happened all the time. And that's where the elitistness started with the community, because it starts with the progression groups doing it, right? It's the same thing with, like, let's take Fortnite, for example. Fortnite in the beginning was very casual, it's very fun, it's very pleb-like, right? Really pub style, you just go in to have fun. But once they started doing scrims inside of servers where people, like, they had websites dedicated to, all right guys, we're all going to queue on this exact time, we're going to try and get in and do scrim servers, and then they eventually gave like private servers to do scrim servers later. But once that started happening, players, like the casual pubs and community as a whole, started playing every game like a scrim server. And this is what happens with every game, is once the pros start entering into the community of the regular, general population, the general population starts to play like the pros, or treat it like they are a pro, thinking that they're as good or whatever. And it kind of, the community as a whole mentally changes to a competitive standpoint of everything has to be this way, like the pros do it. I watched a match, this is what you do. I watched another match or a tournament, this is what you do. Everything has to be done like it's a match or a tournament. Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, everything does this, right? And WoW is no different. So when people at the progression levels and people that are streaming are showing that, oh yeah, this guy's DPS is too low, we're gonna kick him and replace him with somebody else's that does better DPS or better gear, better rotation or whatever, better game awareness, whatever it is that they're kicking him for, they kick him to bring somebody else in. The community as a whole starts doing this, and as these people get kicked, these people are saying, oh, well, I got kicked for this reason, so we're gonna carry that forward. We're gonna pay it forward to the next group. So I'm gonna put my own group together and I'm gonna kick people that are bad, and that person's gonna rinse and repeat. And then the whole community from top to bottom, the top 98% of the player base starts having this same mentality. And then majority of the people, the 2% that are left, that are actually good, solid, helping kind of handy people, kind of get a bad rap because everybody treats everybody like they're dog shit. And then you get the one random person that's trying to like be genuinely nice, and they're like, oh, what are you trying to get out of this? What do you get? Why are you being nice to me? Why are you, blah, 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 why? Like, and then you get these other people that are like, why are you taking somebody that doesn't have an achievement? Well, oh, I'm not going to play with you if you're going to be soft like that. It's like, shut the fuck. I don't want you in my group if you're going to be like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, games have just gotten to this level of competitiveness that no matter what game we're playing, no matter what we're doing within a game, people would rather just kick people that don't know what they're doing than to teach people what they're doing wrong or to help them. Instead, they're like, hey, we live in an era of technology and Google, and if you can't just go to Google and Google the fight and learn the fight before coming here, then we don't want anything to do with you. That's basically what it turns into. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Chaos. And this is why I don't go into regular M3s. Like M1s, M2s, you can get away with pretty much your eyes closed and, holding your breath and, passing out on the keyboard, and you still like succeed. Like they're really easy, right? Especially normal dungeons are even easier, right? But when you get to M3s, they get a little bit more difficult, and people turn into that elitist douchebag real quick, right? Same thing with especially like raids and even like arenas or, any type of PvP orientations and stuff like that. Like people just start really becoming elitist, and it's really annoying. So I just avoid it. Like I said, so what I like to do in my streams, I like to interesting. I gotta actually run around and get all the glyphs later. I like to invite people that haven't completed things to help them get it completed so they can get the ball rolling, right? I like to teach people. I like to help them along. I like to, you know what I mean? Like be that stepping point for a lot of players in a lot of games. The only caveat to that is I only do it for people that aren't idiots, right? So if I get into a dungeon, rather than you sit there and wipe us in a group because you don't know the mechanics of the fight, rather than say something, be like, hey, this is my first time here, or hey, I've never fought this boss before, or you know, I'm new, or if you just go into a dungeon, don't say a fucking word, and then we get to a fight, we see you do something wrong, we're like, hey, is there a reason why, you know, you did blah 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 blah, and you don't say anything, or you try to play it off like you didn't do anything wrong, or that it's somebody else's fault, or you know what I mean, you don't take any type of responsibility or give me any type of good reasoning, I won't help you. But if you just like, oh yeah, sorry, I've never been here before, blah 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 blah, like, oh, well, okay, well, do you want me to explain it? Do you want me to tell you what you did wrong, or you know what I mean? I'm helpful. As long as you're honest and you actually tell me, I'm willing to help you. But the problem is most people just won't fucking say anything, and those are the people that I kick. Right? I'll even go above and beyond. I'll type in party. I'll type in local while standing in front of them. I'll talk in fucking whispers. I'll give them multiple chances to give me an answer. And if they refuse to respond, I just kick them. Because I'm not going to waste hours and hours and hours of my time watching somebody fail over and over again because they don't know what they're doing. I don't mind when people don't know what they're doing. Bro, I can't tell you how many times I've gone into raids in World of Warcraft without looking it up and just winging it. But the problem is if you've played WoW for long enough, every fucking raid is like a rinse and repeat of the previous raid. So it's like if you've seen this mechanic 15 other times in other raids. So it's like, don't stand in this, stand in that. Don't stand in this, stand in that. Oh, you have a debuff? Oh, taunt. Oh, you have a debuff? Go stand somewhere else, right? Like you kind of just see what other people are doing and you make it up as you go along. So it just drives me insane, man. But like I said, like around here, like we play a lot of MMOs, we play a lot of RPGs, you know. We try to group up, and you know, anybody new that comes in, we try and teach where we can. We do invite players to come and join us in certain situations if they're struggling at something or want to learn something. So we do put parties together to help people, you know, progress, things like that. So like that's kind of like what we try to do around here. Because from my experience, from, you know, I don't know, I've been literally playing on consoles since fucking NES, you know, on my 13-inch freaking dial turn TV. I mean, like, I'm gonna play it for a hot minute. My good old days of Duck Hunt, freaking Zelda, and fucking marbles and shit. Anyway, so since I've been playing for so long and I've experienced so many bad situations in so many games, and it's just progressively gotten worse year after year, game after game, generation after generation, you know, I finally was like, you know what, fuck it. I like teaching. I like playing with people. I like, you know, talking to people, helping people. So that's why I started streaming a couple years ago, right? I mean, I streamed like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, with my wife when we played like Diablo 3 on release and stuff like that. We streamed a bit back then, and I used to stream Call of Duty tournaments I used to host. Like I used to do online Call of Duty tournaments that I would host and give grand prizes out and stuff like that. And I used to sponsor a Call of Duty amateur team as well to go to tournaments and stuff. I gave that up because that was just too stressful, and all that. But yeah, that's what we got into streaming again back more recently. Is I just wanted to help people, man. Like I would be gaming and I'd be like, bro, like I would like literally start a guild and I would just invite noobs to teach them, right? Like brand new players, I'd be running dungeons or something, or I'd be doing something and they'd be like, I'd see someone that was really bad and I would ask them questions. I'd talk to them and I'd try to get to know them a little bit, and you know, find out that they're new and you know, blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh well, do you want to like, you know, party up and hang out every once in a while, you know, learn some stuff, I'll teach you some things, and you know, we can group up and do some dungeons, blah blah blah. And I would just teach these people and I would get them all squared away and taught up, and they would you know, start joining guilds, and they would start participating and enjoying the game, and I would just rinse it. I just did this all the time. Yeah, I do. Exclamation mark Discord in the chat. Bro, COD turned bad like in MW2. Right? I used to play MW2 a lot with my wife because I met her in MW2. And MW3 we played a lot together as well. And I shit you not, me and my wife are a really good duo partner. Like, because we would just sit in Discord call together, or teams or whatever it was. Not teams, but like team or TeamSpeak, shit like that. But we would just communicate, and we like had shorthand. We just knew each other pretty well. We knew each other's like fighting habits and where we like to play and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, back then when they had those third-party programs, so whoever was the host had like blacklists, like block lists, ban lists and stuff, and ability to kick people. We couldn't play in North America servers. We could only play in Russian servers, because Russians were the only ones that didn't think we were cheaters. It was pretty bad. They were literally the only people that thought we were legit at the game and wouldn't just ban us right off rip. It was so bad. Like, and it was funny because we would just search for a game and we're like, bro, why is it taking so long to find a game? And we'd finally find a game, but it was just a Russian game, right? It wasn't an actual like North America. We'd always have like 1 bar of ping. And then we finally, like, we were the host one time and a bunch of people joined in, and it was a North America server. Like, oh, hell yeah, let's go. Good ping. And then one of the guys, he's like, oh, not these fuckers. These are a bunch of cheating bastards. Hold on, guys. I'm going to force a host swap and I'm going to ban these guys again. I'm like, what? Who are you talking about? He's like, I'm talking about you, you piece of shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't cheat. What the fuck? I didn't know that's what was happening until that day. I didn't realize that's why we hadn't gotten into a North America server in so long. I mean, me and the wife, I had, I think, a 3 point something KD, and I think my wife had like almost a 3 KD. I mean, that's not that great, but we would destroy people. I remember I played a hardcore search and destroy match one time, and I literally 1v6'd a 4-0 victory against these players. Like, that's how bad they were. Me and the wife as well. Yeah. And I think I was like, bro, I was like 25-0 or something in the match. It was ridiculous. My whole team would just die and I would run around and just pick these guys apart. Just literally just run around just murdering everybody. It was really funny. It was really satisfying too. All right, so let's head all the way across. Toxic people, like, for bro, I've had some toxic people. So one of the more funny times that I ever ran into Chaos was I was playing H1Z1 back in the day in its heyday, you know, and me and my buddy, you know, we had looted a bunch of ammo. We were jumped into a cop car. We were driving around, just exploring, you know, fighting people here and there. And I remember this one day we saw like 5 cop cars. And I was fed up this night. Like, I was so tired of everybody just driving around in vehicles and just vehicle hopping and just driving everywhere and just not fighting and just driving and hitting people with cars and stuff. It was so annoying. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. These guys want to drive in cars. I'm gonna blow up every single car. So we loaded a car up with like 1,000 rounds of AK. We had like 1,000 rounds of AK in the car. And we would chase cars down and I would unload the AK into the car. Just full clip. One after the other. Just clip after clip after. I would blow up every car we would come across. That could have been us. I remember this one guy, we were right on his ass, and I unloaded a whole clip of AK into his car. And as I reloaded, I started shooting the second clip, and the guy's like, yo, calm down, chill out, bro. Hold the fuck on, calm your tits. I'm like, I'm like, I'm gonna kill that car. He's like, chill the fuck out, you Chinese motherfucker, or some shit. I'm like, hey, I'm American. I'm offended. He's like, oh, you're American? Well, very well, carry on. I just laughed. I was like, so it's okay that I'm doing it because I'm American, but if I was Chinese, it'd have been wrong? What the fuck? This is back when people were like, China number one, you know, all the time. It was so funny that the guy was just so mad thinking I was a Chinese player, just unloading on his car, being super sweaty. But the second I told him I was American, he just said, oh, okay. Just on the phone now? All right, sounds good. Yeah, that shit was so funny. It was so funny, mate. I really wish I had a like a video of it. It was so funny. I mean, don't get me wrong. I honestly, when I was younger, I really wish I kept recordings of like some of the shit that I experienced while gaming. Some of it was so funny, but obviously, honestly, some of it was so crazy, I never would see it again. Like, there was this one time, and even if I recorded this, it wouldn't have made any sense to you. It's evidence, yeah. There was this one time I was hanging out at my cousin's house. We were landing, you know. This is back when I played a lot of Counter-Strike, you know. And we're both in his room, you know. We're landing. I'm playing on my computer. He's playing on his computer, and it's dark as hell in there. We're just hanging out, chilling, you know. And I don't know what happened, but he was the last one alive, right? Oh my god. And it was a 1v1. We're in Dust 2. The bomb was planted at A. And he was like walking around looking at this guy. He had an op in his hand, you know? He was gonna quick scope somebody. It's whatever. But he was walking around looking for this dude, chilling, not finding anything. Okay, cool, whatever. And then he goes up to the bomb and he still hasn't found the dude, right? He's confused. He's like, where the fuck is this dude at, right? And I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what led up to this, but I was like, I was spectating him on my computer, but I was like, could see him because he was like right behind my monitor. I could see him as well. And he's looking at the bomb, and he started to defuse, and I saw something crawling across his desk underneath his arm. I said, bro, what the fuck's under your arm? And he looked down, and there was a wasp crawling under his arm. And in pure panic, he picked his hands up and slammed down and killed the freaking wasp with his hand. But when he did that, the mouse clicked and it shot the op shot into the floor, and it killed the guy walking right next to the platform of the bomb site with a headshot. And my cousin was like, what the fuck? I was like, bro, there ain't no fucking way you just killed that guy by mistake. There's no fucking shot that you slammed a fucking wasp on your desk and your mouse randomly clicked and killed the fucking dude through the wall with a no-scope. Oh my god, it was so hilarious. I wish I had like a video recording of like the whole situation. It was so fucking funny, bro. It was the most random bullshit I've ever seen. And then like other shit like that has happened too, mate. Like we'd be in like a match and we were just like walking, and my cousin's like my cousin's being annoying, right? And I'm being annoying or whatever, and he's like, walk, and I'm like, you walk. He's like, fuck you, you walk. And then like he looks at me and I look at him, and then he shoots the wall next to me and he kills a guy in another room. Complete random. Just fucking around. He just literally shoots the wall right next to me, like, I'll kill you next time, you know, kind of play. But he gets a headshot through the wall, and we both look at each other like, bro, did you just seriously kill someone? It was, bro, the shit that has happened to us playing Counter-Strike is just fucking wild. It's so funny. I remember this one time I was playing Dust 2. I was just in a random pub server, and then I killed this guy a bunch, and he was getting pissed. I knew he was getting like really annoyed, I guess. So he was doing really dumb stuff. Like he was sitting in random corners, he was trying to hide, you know, he was trying to prove I was cheating in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he was like camping in random ass corners like Call of Duty players would do and stuff, and he was just talking shit, being annoyed, blah 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 blah. And I was like, so I don't know if you've ever played Dust 2, mate. Here, I can pull it up for you really quick. So I'm just gonna pull up a map for you really quick so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. I just want the image. I don't want... Can I just get the image? I just put the image. I don't want to go to the website. Okay, fuck it. We'll just... I don't know how to get just the image. I just want a big version of the image. Okay. This is the best I can get. So, this is the map we're talking about, mate. It's called Dust 2. So, there's the terrace. The bad people spawn right here. The good people spawn underneath this platform, and they can go out this way or this way. This is one bomb site. This is another bomb site, right? So I had been killing this guy over in this area, and then like on the short area. So I've been playing A side, right? And I'd been killing this guy a bunch, and sometimes I'd go B and I'd kill him as well. So he thought I was cheating, and he was talking shit, and he was just pissed at me and everything. So one round, I went long. I didn't get any resistance. I didn't see any flashes or nades or anything. I didn't know, you know, I didn't really get any presence. I was like, huh. And they were fighting in mid, and they were fighting over here. So I was like, oh, if they're fighting in mid, I can come up behind them, because there's like a tunnel right here, like with a door, and then there's a door here. And then you come out, and like this is the spawn where they can sit here and camp the door, right? There's a little cubby hole right here where it turns, but you have to like, it's a 90-degree turn. So there's a cubby you can hide in, right? There's obviously you can hide behind the door here as well. And then there's like a few other places you can hide and stuff like that, like over here and stuff. And you can see the door. So I was walking through, and I was like looking through the door. I didn't see anything. I checked the side, and I looked through the door, and I didn't see anything over here. And I'm like, okay, I'm not seeing anybody. I don't know what's going on. And for some apparent reason, I don't know what possessed me, but I wanted to check to see if anybody was hiding behind this wall. Like, because you can shoot through the wall, right? So I'm in this tunnel, and I looked at the wall, and I shit you not, like, I was looking at the wall, and they have like center blocks, right? So they have like lines and stuff like that. And I'm looking at the wall, and I'm like, all right, so the end of the wall would be somewhere around here. I was like, if he's standing, he should be somewhere around here. If he's crouching, he'll be somewhere around here. So let's shoot for crouching. So worst case, we body shot him. So I aimed a little high to tip of the head kind of thing. So if at least I hit him in the chest, maybe I'd still kill him. So I was like, all right, somewhere around here. And I was like, where should we shoot? I'm like, nah, yeah. And I was like, I think this looks good. I shoot the wall with my op, and I killed him with a headshot through the wall. It was so fucking random that I had no reason to do it, right? There was no reasoning for it. There was just, I had a feel. I just wanted to check the wall, and I killed him. And he's like, oh, you're fucking 100% cheating. There's no reason you would randomly just shoot me while I'm sitting there. Da, da, da. He's like, my friend's spectating you, and he just watched you watched you trace me through the wall, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, if you had any idea what was going through my mind when I just shot you, you would not think I'm cheating, because that was so fucking random. Oh my god, it was so fucking funny. But we do stuff like that all the time in Counter-Strike. Like, we'll randomly just spam shoot a wall, right? And we just randomly get a kill. And it's like, oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. And they're like, cheater, you're cheating. You killed me through the wall, you fucking cheater. It's like, yeah, have you ever heard of a random just random, like RNG? Pure luck? That's literally what just happened. It's not like it's not like I'm aim logging. It's not like I'm wall hacking. I'm just literally spam shooting random spots in the map where I think you could be sitting, and I'm getting random kills. It was just, oh man, some good times. Counter-Strike was so funny. Apex Legends was a solid one as well. Played that with the wife. I don't know what we're doing here. Do I have to go back now? Anyway, yeah, so that was a funny one. And obviously there's like other servers I got banned from for getting like 15 headshots in a row, or being like 50-0. And it's not like I'm good. Like I'm gonna clarify this. I am not good at the game. I'm okay at the game, but I am not like good at the game, right? And there's been so many times where like I just have like a really good like run or very lucky just like round or something, and then like people are just like, oh, he's obviously cheating. He's a fucking cheater. Look how many kills he's got. Look how many headshots he's did. He's obviously a fucking cheating piece of shit. Ban him, fucking ban him. Like, it's just oh, interesting. I didn't know Wall had this. Just fucking crazy, man. Good times though. Counter-Strike was definitely a good time of my life. WoW, like I said, WoW was a good time for a while until I got bored. Especially when I didn't have as much time to play. Once I got a bi-weekly work schedule, WoW just didn't fit my schedule anymore. Because the thing with like raids is they want you to be there weekly. They want you to be there every week, you know what I mean, consistently. They don't want you to be there every other week. They want to be able to rely on the person that they're, you know, making main tank or main healer, part of the main group, is going to be there every week. And since I have a bi-weekly schedule, I can't make every week. So kind of made raiding impossible unless I did Finder, and then Finder was like, yeah, you can't join us unless you already have the achievement for it. So it's just like, it was basically pointless for me to ever play WoW going forward. One of the reasons why it was so boring. So I'm gonna talk to the guy down there, I think. But like I said, main focus, main goal, the main reason we do this is, you know, make friends, have people to chat to in the middle of the night when I'm not working, on my off days, you know, and just have fun. You know, it's basically what it boils down to. All right, we want to go back up anyways, so let's go do that. I need to go back up because there's that quest up there. But yeah, like teach people, help people, you know, grow people's knowledge of games and get them out of this rut. Maybe pay it forward, like teach people to be nice to people, teach people to teach people instead of, you know, just follow the community's logic and elitism bullshit. Like if we can get people to understand how dreadful and bad the mentality of the elitist is, and we can get people to think more in line of, you know, not being elitists. Okay, did we break this so we can't use it now? Or does it have a cooldown? I don't remember. Or I just want to go up. Alright, we'll come back. Yeah, I just want to try to make some sort of impact in the gaming world in a positive way. Like I said, get people to stop just being followers and try to think for themselves, you know? Give them the knowledge and the tools so they can make sound decisions themselves and, you know, kind of not rely upon being spoon-fed everything and just copy and pasting whatever they see or hear. I'm not saying that watching people is a bad thing and learning from them and following their footsteps or copying and pasting what they do is a bad thing. I'm just saying think for your fucking self, right? Take the information and the knowledge you gain from them into consideration and use it for your own benefit, right? The third tool. Yeah, so I saved it for the last 2 days and I purchased that as well. I unlocked it and then I put a point into it. I honestly don't like it. If I'm being honest, I don't really like it. The reason why is because it's a 50 pixel, which is fine, don't get me wrong. And it hits a little bit bigger, but it doesn't hit like a solid pattern that I've been able to distinguish. Because the angle at which that the pixels are, you know, laid out for the spelunking is it has a problem because it goes up and down. So it does, instead of it doing like, you know, a box, like the 4x4 box, it does like a 1x2, like a 3, like 3 long but 2 wide kind of like thing. So it throws off the feng shui of the 2x2. So that's been a little annoying. Oh. Yeah, like I said, I got that today. I started using that. But yeah, I don't know how your POW exploded so fast, mate. Are you just running a lot of spelunking and just dumping it into the first 3 upgrade slots over and over again? Is that where your POW's coming from? Because I know that's what we were talking about. I just wasn't sure if that's what you actually did. Oh, for the love of God, why do we have to pull every fucking mob? Jesus. Because one archer wanted to shoot me. Ugh. Alright. This way. Ugh. Can't wait to get onto a real build. Problem is, like, with how much these mobs have been hitting, unless I get a solid armor set or perk set, I feel like I have to stay ranged. Like, I don't want to run bow, but I almost feel like I have to stay ranged. Which is fine, because we have the hatchet, and we have the throw hatchet. We can stick with throw hatchet. I feel like throw hatchet would be fine to stick with. We just need to get some perks for it. But we'd also have to change our build a little bit because we're full dex stacked right now, which I feel like is just stronger than 50-50 strength dex for the hatchet build. Right, since we're already halfway down here, let's just go do this one really quick. I remember you said that there was a tool or a calculator in there that helped, right? Where it shows you like the optimal upgrades to get the most power or something. Didn't you say that or something along those lines? Like, if you remind me in an hour here, mate, at 4 my time, we can pull it up and we can like talk about Eidolon at the end of the stream like we've been doing. We made pretty good progression today. Like, obviously we couldn't do as much Reek Water as we wanted, but we have done a lot of quests here. We still have a ton of quests to do, but this is a big zone. So what I'd like to do is actually pull up the glyphs, so we can get all glyphs up here. There's a lot of chests up here that we can pick up every day if we really wanted to, solo wise. Breakdown of how to get power. Okay, so that's all built into toolbox. We can pull that up in an hour here. I'm also gonna take a pee break in a second here. I think once we get to this quest, I'm gonna go take a pee break really quick. I'm gonna pee on you, drip, drip, drip. I'm gonna piss on you. When we get back, we'll pull up the interactive map with all the glyphs. And then we'll start picking those up while we're going around. All right, give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. So I had a question. You're at 190 pounds. That's insane. I had a question. Personally, it's like a personal preference thing here. Or I guess personal preference is the wrong word. Basically, I'm kind of curious on your guys' thought process on this. So, when you see somebody, do you think... Okay. If you were to see somebody that had a double chin, right? So what I mean by this is, like, let's say you're watching a video or watching someone stream and they were like looking down at something, and then you can see a double chin while they're looking down. But when they look up, they don't have a double chin, right? Would you consider that person, like, would you think, oh, they have a double chin because they're fat? Or do you think it's common to have a double chin while you're looking down? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, what I'm trying to ask? Like, does having a double chin when looking down mean you're overweight? I guess that's my question. Oh yeah, I wanted to pull up New World's interactive map. We want to turn off. I have no idea what is actually on right now, because we have nothing but like bosses on right now. I'm assuming no NPCs. Oh, named. Okay, let's turn those off and let's look up. No, that's not what we're looking for. Okay, is it documents maybe? So you think if someone looks down and it, like their little gobbler, right? I don't know. Right. So if you were to like look at somebody, right? This part right here, if they look down, like put their chin down and they're looking downward, if this like, you know, causes them to have like a slight double chin, right? Like normally when you see a double chin, you're thinking, oh, they're fat, right? Right? So double chin, right? This is what we're talking about. This is like double chin, right? This thing. See how it's like she's looking down and she has this double chin? Kind of like a quad chin. You see what I mean? Like this person's looking forward and they have a slight double chin, right? I was curious that if you're looking down like this and you have one, is that like acceptable? Like it doesn't mean you're fat, right? That should be normal. That should be expected, in my opinion, right? And don't get me wrong, you don't want to have a double chin even when you look down. But I feel like that's to be expected as you get older, right? Between skin elasticity and things like that, right? Where would... we just type in glyph? Alright, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Alright, we are here. There is one up there. There's one over there. I think we got that one. I need to figure out how to track these as well. It should be somewhere in here. Okay, we have 9. So, do we have TSAD? We do have that one. Okay, so we do not need to go up there for that one. Do we have Dingta? Okay, so we don't have Dingta. We do need that one. Alright, so Dingta is literally right where we're at. So this is where we're going. Gotta figure that one out. Alright, so I thought there was one here, but I wasn't sure. What the hell? It's got daggers, bro. That's actually kind of sick. Alright. So you don't, so you do think it's somewhat relatively normal then, mate? Slash expected, slash doesn't mean you're fat? I was just kind of curious. I see a lot of like old people that have them. And I was always curious. Like, does like all old people, like, because not all old people get them, right? But I do feel like a lot of old people do get them. That's why I thought maybe it was just a skin elasticity problem. It's like not all the old people are fat. I mean, some of them are, don't get me wrong, but... Are you kidding me? Whatever. Well, I'm kind of annoyed because now I can't get back up. What if I can run a... Another way up. Hoping there's like a teleport down here. Oh man. Alright, so we got that one. A Dinka's out of the way. And we have the quest done too. As long as the quest doesn't take us up to the wall, I think we'll be fine. Because we already got the glyph from over there. Alright, do we have this one? So we're here. W. No pun intended. It literally says W. Dub, D-U-B, and then 2 U's. W. Alright, ancient glyphs. Ding. Alright, so we don't get the dub one. So let's go and get dub. It's right here. So south we go. Which is fine because we can head towards these quests while we're at it. 246 or 247 mil POW? Interesting. I wonder what's not being calculated properly. Or is that accounting for like your potion? Right? Like while you're doing your depth run or whatever, don't you have the potion thing now? So maybe like your potion was popped, maybe that one gives you more POW. Maybe that's where the extra POW comes from, is that the pop in the potion. Holy! See, if we had our sword, we could just yeet ourselves off this mountain. There's a glyph around here somewhere. There's a chest, which is expected. I think that's the... Alright, this gator has way more XP than I thought he was gonna have. Ouch. Way more HP than I thought he was gonna have. Okay. Yeah, so I'm wondering if you don't have the potion that gives more POW, but what if Toolbox is calculating it with that, even though you technically haven't unlocked it yet? You know what I mean? So maybe it's just saying, oh, you don't have this yet, but this is what it would be if you had it, because it doesn't know how to say you don't have it yet, because I don't think it has a way to track, you know, which ones you have and haven't unlocked yet. I mean, it probably can. I don't know. Alright, so we have another one south. It's in here, but I'm assuming these quests over here will probably take us there. Fuck, it's 25% cheaper to use your stamina runs on character per person. Interesting. I don't really feel like doing chest run right now, so we are just going to go and get fast travel. Oh, we have the fast travel. We're gonna get these two quests really quick. Like, I really need to start doing chest runs, but I need to get a full luck set first. I think what we're eventually going to have to do is just make avoid set just to get us a starter set of luck going.
You are far.
I see. I've heard the most a massive.
Alright, so I need to go up there. That's where the next thing is, and up there. Okay, so go this way. Okay, cool. Ugh. Wait, one of these is an elite. Enter the beds of the clear out the egg clusters and defeat the Scorpion Queen. I don't know if I can kill a Scorpion Queen. Yeah, I mean, they do a pretty good job at doing most things correctly. I don't know, maybe there's a miscalculation somewhere, I don't know. Use your skin to remove the heart. Okay, we're gonna have to come back to this. I need to go get. Maybe get my skinning level up. To do this one skin. Alright. Hold on. Alright, let's just end recall. Go work on a little bit. Gotta get to 150. Oh. So I know I think I've asked you this in the past, mate, but I'm kind of curious on the answer again. I might have forgotten. Hypothetically speaking, like, I know your mom took your laptop a long ass time ago and stuff, right? So my question is, if you were to buy your own new laptop, would you be able to keep it? Like, so you can play games on a laptop again and stuff? Or would your mom not allow that? I was kind of curious. I think we're just gonna do a little bit of, yeah, I think the last 45 minutes we're gonna do a little bit of profession stuff right now. Because I'd like to be able to start picking up this silkweed. I'd like to, yeah, because I need to get to 100 for the silkweed. And I need to get to 150 to do the brimstone skinning. Kind of want to go make a new tool as well. But I almost don't want to spend the time making the tool. Because I think I need to level up my engineering to do it. You want to allow that? Okay. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, I was just thinking, because like you do have a job, you do make your own money and stuff like that, and I was just kind of curious, like if you were to save up and buy a laptop, would you be allowed to actually use it? Interesting. And there's no way to like try to like convince her, like, hey, you know, you took it away like 2 years ago. Is there no coming back from this? Is there no way I can, like, you know, maybe have another chance? You know, it's been a while. I've grown up a lot. I'm matured, you know. Yeah, is there any like working with her? I know some moms, man. Woo, they kind of stubborn, you know. They lay down that law and they're like, the law has been laid. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. You know, you just got to deal with it. But I do know that, like, over time, you know, that a lot of them are open to, you know, dialogue. Maybe working towards allowing, you know, to listen and growth, or whatever. I'm just kind of curious because I think if you were able to get your laptop back, so that way, like, obviously you'd probably still be on your phone watching stream or something while playing, you know, Eidolon on your laptop. So she might be pissed that you're like using two devices at once. But I think what wasn't it the fact that you were watching TV, watching a stream on your phone, and you were playing a game on your laptop? You had 3 different devices going at once, which I personally don't think is a bad thing. I think that's just, yeah, it is what it is, you know. You got a lot of things going on. You have TV on for like background noise, you know, whatever, and then you got, you know, the stream, which is like what you're mainly kind of listening to, but the TV is kind of like background noise to like fill in any silence, and then you're playing your game. Like, I have no problems with it. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Like, take my stream for example. I'm playing my stream, I'm chatting with you guys, I'm listening to music at the same time, right? And I have my stream open at the same time. You know what I mean? And I'm like paying attention to Discord and like all, like I have so many things going on at once. It's crazy. So I remember that was the reasoning. So I feel like even if you were to convince her to, oh, chicken's here, to let you have it back, I feel like she would not be accepting of you watching something on your phone while being on your computer. You know what I mean? So I feel like you might be in the same boat. Bro. Turkey, I'm not trying to fight you. You live your best life, man. Live your best life. I have nothing to do with you. You do you, BB. You do you. Oh, so I did get to the mountain yesterday, mate, but I I ascended before actually claiming the new reward. The second reward. I know you don't need it, like I said, I'm gonna post them in order just in case you did miss one or something, right? Or one, you know, didn't get claimed or something. And then I'll wait for you to reply, okay, I'm ready for the next one. That way I know I can click the button to go to the next thing. I don't want to accidentally give you one and then not give you enough time to claim it, you know? That's what I'm worried about. I technically could have already been at Mountain today with the progression we have, but I put the progression on hold to do a task board instead. Which I don't really need to do, I just wanted to do it because I wanted to try and get desert auto progression. So that way when I do my next ascension, I'll have grassland auto progression, and then I'll have desert auto progression, so I can let it run for like an hour or two, and then come back to it, and it'll be like at the final thing, and I don't have to pay that much attention to it. It's a little bit more automation for me. That's what I'm working on right now. Hmm. But yeah, bro, fucking my cat the other day, bro. I have some pretty good cats. You know, obviously Jake's really fucking annoying every once in a while. You guys hear me yelling at him all the time, but the 99% of the time they're really good cats, right? They don't really pee on anything. They don't really, you know, do anything naughty or bad. But bro, my one cat, I guess his litter box. Well, Jake just came in. He's like, "Oh, you talking about me, Daddy?" My one cat, I guess his litter box is broken or something. Cause like he walked by us in the kitchen, and then I watched him walk over and jump into a box. You know, like just an Amazon box we had just like, you know, got that day. Like just put it down so we can like break it down later. And I see him sitting in it. I'm like, oh, okay, he's sitting in a box, cool. And then I see his ears go back, and it's like he's concentrating. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, cat? And then I hear water, and I'm like, are you pissing in the box? And the wife says, no way. I was like, yeah, he's pissing in the box. What the fuck? She's like, his litter box must be broken. So I go and look at his litter box, and it's all jacked up. And I'm like, fuck. So she took care of the box. She cleaned up the floor. I fixed the litter box and everything. Bro, that's only the second time this cat has pissed somewhere other than his litter box. It's just, God, it was so random. Peed on his keyboard. Yeah, that's spite. That's pure spite. Yo, these turkeys are right across from each other. What the fuck? That's interesting. Yeah, that's pure spite. Peeing on someone's keyboard is pure spite. That's crazy. The last time he peed, he curled up with me on the couch, and he like curled up like on the blanket next to me, and he started peeing right next to me on the couch. I'm like, okay, he's mad at me. He's like, Daddy, I'm pissed at you. You haven't cleaned my litter box. Go clean that shit. Yeah, you know, that 100%, mate, is that cat being mad at that person for doing something to them. Cats don't just do that for no reason. That is a spiteful peeing situation that they did something to upset the cat, and the cat is retaliating by peeing on his keyboard. Right? Because cats don't instinctively want to pee on a keyboard, right? They smell stuff, and when they smell something that, you know, correlates to like where they would want to pee in nature, which is like dirt, sand, you know, that kind of stuff, they pee on it. Now, unless his keyboard is absolutely disgusting and covered in like dirt and grime, there's no reason why the cat would want to pee on his keyboard. So I'm giving your friend the benefit of the doubt and saying that he's not a dirty person. It's more likely that the cat just is pissed at him for something. You know, if he's not nice to the cat, if he's mean to the cat, like doesn't give him attention, pushes them away, throws them off of things because he doesn't want them on counters or whatever, and never really praises it or gives it any loving and attention, the cat's probably spitefully just peeing on his shit. Like, end of the day, you know? We're getting there. We're almost to 100 on herb or harvesting. So I truly think I need EXP. Really bad. If I could get some just EXP stuff, this would go so much faster. I was like, the one thing I do like about the matchlock over the bow is specifically when it comes to hunting. If you get the dodge roll reload and you can one-shot the mob, you can literally just shoot and then dodge roll right after. It instant reloads, so you don't lose that movement speed from the reload while you just run at the mob. So you go and skin it or loot it. It's a lot faster than pulling back the bow, waiting for it to like proc, and then shooting to get a full heavy hit to actually do full damage. So, I mean, I guess the matchlock does have a place for at least that. I just don't like the reload. I don't like the range in general of just having huge abilities to like just miss DPS. Alright, we are officially 125. What, Jake? Which basically just means that we can track bigger things, but we can't do anything of higher tier yet. $150 is the brimstone. Technically, we could probably go to like a slightly higher place. Because these are 40s, we could probably go to like 50 somethings. Okay, I one-shot the thing. Not expecting to, but okay. I was just gonna try and hit it lightly so it charged at me. But he wasn't feeling that. Alright, a couple more buffaloes. I'd say about maybe 25 more. We could probably hit 150 and be done with skinning. I'm hoping by that point we can get our 100. See, that's what I was looking for. Like a non-kill hit. I'm hoping that we'll be able to hit 100 harvesting so we can actually pick up silkweed going forward. Probably end up dropping most of it on the ground. But fine. Not looking forward to doing my fishing on stream, man. That is like one of some of the most boring streams for you guys. I mean, granted, watching me do professions like this is not very entertaining either, but if we're doing Eidolon at the same time, we're having conversations, it's not so bad for you guys. Having the multi conversations. But yeah, like I was saying the other day in the Discord from the G comment about the Zenith farming, I definitely agree that we're nowhere near Zenith cluster farming. Like that, we're nowhere near. But I think we could, because I don't think it'd be too hard to actually do like to actually Zenith most of the statues. Just to have the benefit of the Zenith increasements. I don't think we're out of touch for that. Because like, I don't think it would take you more than like a day or two to get 1 million of any statue. I don't think it, I really don't think it would. Cause like I AFK'd there with my DK one night and I think I got like 200,000 or 300,000 statues. Just for like one night of AFKing. Now don't get me wrong, I think that was a combination of not just power statues. But that was like all the statues combined. I got like 300,000 total statues. But that's like a bunch of different statues. And if you stay there for like a full day, and you like, let's say you tripled that, right? That's like 900,000 statues. You do that like 2 or 3 days, and you have, you know, a couple Zenith statues. You know, because you're not only just dropping power statues, you're dropping a handful of different statues from World 1, right? And if you got like 4 or 5 Zenith statues from that, that's huge. Then you just move over to the Rams and you farm up a couple other Zenith statues over there. Medicated, let's go. Yeah, and like I feel like you can get at least half of your statues Zenith, right? Now, not saying that some of the other ones won't be hard, right? Like the holes, right? 100 times drop right now, nice. I'm at like 80 times on board beans because of my crystal farm that I'm doing. Because I'm doing the AFK, or sorry, the drop rate crystal farm right now. It's going pretty good, Medicated. How you doing? Appreciate you stopping in. Hope all is well. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you. So, I don't think that we're not able to do Zenith statues. I just don't think it should be a focus on all Zenith statues or Zenith cluster farming. Because I don't think we can Zenith cluster farm. And certain statues would be out of reach. Like, obviously, Kapows, right? Or Kachows, or whatever the fuck those things are. And like the World 7 and maybe even the World 6 statues might be a little out of touch. Or the whole, right? Getting the whole ones would take a little while. Unless you put like all 10 of your characters in one spot to farm a bunch of statues. I think getting to 1 million would take you too long to be worth it. But yeah, so right now, on beans with almost a 0.2 times DR crystal, I had like 80 DR. So I'm like, my DR is really bad compared to yours, obviously. I mean, the caves aren't that bad, but I'm just saying to get 1 million would take a while, right? Because the dragon ones, I don't get very many AFKing there. I think for one like full day of AFKing, or maybe a half a day of AFKing on my siege breaker, I got like 200 or 300 statues, like dragon statues. That's not viable. Like to even Onyx. Like maybe if I put 10 people there and I got like 3,000 a day, I could Onyx it. I would just take like, I don't know, 10 days, maybe a little less, right? Not too bad. It's tolerable. And of course I didn't even get a drop. Either I didn't do enough damage or I wasn't close enough. So that's kind of like where I'm at with it, you know. It's like a lot of them I could force Onyx across the board and I can do probably 50 to 70% of them as Zenith, and then I'll just probably leave I'll leave it at that for a while, right? I won't force any more zeniths. I'm not gonna cluster farm. I just want to get everything to a zenith that I can, and then dump statues into it, you know, from there. So I can actually get some levels, because my statue levels are just very low. Like most of my statues are like under level 30, right? So I just don't have statue levels, so I'm missing a lot of account like juice. From like just missing statues, honestly. So that's why I feel like if I can get everything Onyx and then I can get most of them Zenith, I can then like farm up some statues and level them up a little bit. My question is, when you've unlocked Zenith and you've unlocked the clusters, if you ever put more than a stack of 1,000 on you, does it automatically turn into a cluster, or can you like disable that so it doesn't do that? Like, I don't know if you've seen it yet or you know what I'm talking about, but like supposedly it auto converts anything like 1,000,000 into a cluster, but I wonder if there's a way to turn it off so it doesn't auto convert at 1,000,000, or as long as it's like placed into your inventory at like 1,000,000 or more, it doesn't just change it, right? It only converts it when it like slowly trickles up to 1,000,000 while you're killing stuff, kind of thing. Maybe, I don't know, because I'm worried that if I go and farm, that I won't be able to farm statues to even level it up, because they're just going to turn into clusters. Okay, that's what I was worried about. Okay, so I would just end up disabling the cluster until I was ready for it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's what I was worried about. Also, if you put a bunch of statues in your storage, right? Let's say you were green stacking statues. Does the auto clustering cluster them from your storage as well, or just in your inventory? Okay. I mean, we can always test it later. It's not a big deal. I was just kind of curious. Because I do have some statues that are already over 1,000,000. Because I was farming certain skillings for a long time on certain characters. So I got a ton of like certain statues. Like chopping statues and mining statues. I have like 1 to 2 mil of those. All that guy's doing his world tour. No, this guy's in my spawn, man. Bro, I don't want to be here very long. I just need 150 skinning so I can get out of here. I'd like to get my harvesting to 100 as well, but if I can't, that's fine. It's just so close. I can actually finish my harvesting at Brimstone as well, because I do have herbs there. Yeah, because I'd be really upset if it autos clustered them from the storage and I had over 1,000,000 statues of something in there, and then I lost out on the ability to zenith it right off the bat because, you know, they just took it from the storage. That would be really dumb. Also, I'm wondering, does it only cluster on something that is zenith? So let's say like you zenith your power statue and you unlock them, right? And then now the power statues can now cluster if you have more than 1 million, right? Does that mean like if you pull out 1 million to cluster to zenith another one, that one would like auto cluster, or it won't cluster because you haven't zenithed it yet? That's another interesting question that I was curious on. All right. So I think what we'll do is we'll finish up this 100 herb or harvesting, the 150. Well, I'm sorry, the 150 skinning. We'll go and craft all this stuff done, and then we'll switch over to Eidolon for the rest of the night. Yeah, I'm just assuming that it would only zenith something, or it would only cluster off of something that is already zenith, because it wouldn't make sense to cluster something that isn't zenith, because you need 1 million of them to zenith it, right? So if you auto cluster it when you have 1 million, how would you be able to zenith it without disabling it just to zenith and then enabling it again? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's possible. We are talking about lava. You never know, but all right, we are almost done with the skinning. These buffalo give so much XP. If I had an actual EXP buff, though, this would be crazy. Just need a little bit more harvesting, because we're at like a level 1 something off from that. And harvesting is a little harder because you don't get as much XP for the things that we're harvesting. But I guess we'll test both, because I'm like I said, I'm gonna finish up a few things, and then we're gonna finish getting the millions power statues that we need. We're gonna probably go dump a bunch of people on the dragon statues to get that one done. And then we'll farm up the 1 million power statues to get that quest done. Zenith. And then we'll check those. So there is that glitch people have been talking about, mate, that when they do the quest, the Onyx quest, right? That it turns their power statue from Zenith back to Onyx. So I'm wondering if there was a glitch, and or still a glitch with it, that basically says if you drop exactly 20,000, since 20,000 is how you turn it to Onyx, that it will change it from Zenith to Onyx. Instead of having an and if statement that says, if I'm Zenith, do not Onyx, right? Instead, it just says, oh, 20,000 equals turns to Onyx. Check. And then it just does it. So it moves it from Zenith back to Onyx, and then you have to drop another 1,000,000 to Zenith it again. I think that's how it's working, and why it's quote unquote a glitch slash a bug that needs to be fixed, because he needs to add an and if statement. Because a lot of people have complained about that, because it's like it's only the power statue that's supposedly doing it when they do that quest, and that quest requires you to turn in exactly 20,000 statues to the NPC, which is the exact amount to Onyx it. So the one with the whale, he supposedly fixed it? Okay. That's good. That was the only thing that I was kind of worried about. Hey, we're almost 100 harvesting, which is what we were shooting for. And then we're a couple levels off from the leather skinning. So almost done with this profession goal for the night. I'm getting a little bit of a headache. It's either lack of food, lack of hydration, or just pure eye strain from staring at the screen for so long. Because I have been drinking. Granted, I've only had like 2 Yetis today, maybe 1.5 Yetis. Which is, I think one of these Yetis is 32 ounces. I think it's a 32 ounce Yeti. So 1.5, you know, it's like 40 something, 50-ish ounces of fluid. It's not too bad. I mean, I don't know if it's hydration problem. I mean, I did eat before stream at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. It is now 4 a.m. So, I mean, I am a little hungry, but I'm not like really hungry. So I don't know if it's food related either. I mean, it could be sugar. I haven't had anything really sugary today. Okay, thanks. It's this really bright buffalo thing that's actually really hurting my eyes. Oh, we're 150. Okay. I don't need to do that anymore. That thing was really hurting my eyes. So I think that's probably the problem. All right. This will give us our 100 harvesting, which is what we wanted. We will recall. I don't really have anything, man. Like nothing, like at least not in my office right now that's sugary. I could go upstairs and grab like a cookie or something. But I'm getting off stream in like an hour. Ugh. I don't like eating like cookies on stream because I like cookies with milk, and I'm gonna be sitting here like dipping my cookies and trying to have conversations, and you know, it's just I don't know, distracting and whatnot. 'Cause I don't really like ultra sugary stuff. Like I do occasionally, don't get me wrong, like Reese's cups, for example, right? I'm one of those people that once I pop one, I can't stop. So I'll eat like an entire bag in one sitting, right? So I try not to eat that stuff. Same thing with chips. I don't mind the flavor of chips. I don't like eating them because they're empty calories. I can literally eat an entire family-sized bag of chips and still be hungry. And that's so many fucking calories. So I fill up on empty calories, and then I feel fat because I ate so many calories and I'm still hungry, and now I'm going to eat actual dinner. I don't like it. So I avoid eating like empty calories like that. So any sweets, any sugary things, any drinks that have a lot of calories in them, I avoid all that stuff. And it's not because I don't like them. It's just purely because I don't want to fill up on that stuff and feel fat and disgusting. We need to get to 100 so we can use all this leather we just got. Wait, what did we just get to 150? Oh, that was skinning. Alright, so there's that. Let's go do the loom now. Get rid of all of these as well while we're at it. Almost 100 on that too. Alright, what else we got in our inventory here? And we can just Marcana, but we don't have any water. Still, you can't just get water out of the center. It's kind of dumb. And I don't know why they don't just have like an auto drop and... Oh man. The storage system is just so annoying. My biggest pet peeve with this game is the storage system. So let's go to Bullseye. Drop off all of that. Go to Weavers. Drop off all of that. Go to Brightwood. That. Anna. Dun 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 dun. Get rid of these. Well, that's good. Alright, so I think we are done with this for the night, guys. And then tomorrow, we will finish Brimstone. Unless we can get a group together to finish up Reekwater or something. But yeah, tomorrow, we will start up... Start up here? Start up there. It was this. We need to head back down here to do this quest. So that's what we'll stop there. We'll go over there just so we remember to do that one. Because we gotta skin the cats for their harder sub shit. That's why we needed 150. Alright. Yeah, I want to go up here so we don't forget. Minus 15k. What the fuck? That's a crazy, isn't it? Crazy dumb name. That one's done. Here. Get into a safe spot. We gotta get all the way in here. We gotta kill the elite queen. So we're gonna have to try and find a group probably. Gotta find a safe spot to de-aggro these two. Somewhere close to where it's gonna be. Or if we can... Come on, grab it! That's kind of dumb. Huh. There's also a glyph here somewhere, so either inside or it's up here. It says it's like right here somewhere. I wonder if it's like on this platform up here somewhere. Huh. On the other side, maybe? Hmm. All right. Yeah. I wanted to get off, but I got sidetracked really quick. I was gonna set up for like a safe place to like do tomorrow, and then I got sidetracked with wanting to get this glyph really quick. I wonder if it's inside. It says it's right here. Yeah, I want to find this glyph really quick. I think it's inside. It's not telling me exactly where it is. It just gives me a generalistic idea. But some of these are like in little cubby holes and like little caves and random places. Oh, I just wanted to pick it up so I didn't forget about it tomorrow. Alright, we're gonna go log out over here and we'll look up the thing afterwards. Alright, so the thing we have to kill is in here. I don't know exactly where she's at. But I'm pretty sure she's like on the other side. I think she's all the way up there. Huh. Woohoo! That's not good. Holy shit! That hurt! That hurt a lot! Get away from me! Get away from me! Alright. Okay. Confirm. That fucking hurts. That hurts a lot. Alright, that's fine. We'll just log out here. I was gonna try and get in there and get to like a cheeky spot so I could like log in tomorrow and do it. But fine. Let's log out here. Alright, let us quickly let's claim our stuff so we don't forget to do it. I know we will. Yeah, I want to look up that that glyph too while we switch over to Eidolon. Oh. That we can do. That we can do. Okay. So not too hard. We can get 2 more done at least. So you know what? We'll at least use 1 because I know we won't do a skull. So when we log in tomorrow, we'll get another one. All right. That's that. Let us quickly switch to Eidolon. Yeah, so this is what I've just been doing for the last couple days. Farming up the DR crystal. KIIBA. Oh. New World Glyph. KIIBA. Jibba. Alright.
Don't let your vacation rental and your hammock be invisible. Get seen, get booked on Booking.com.
New pineapple.
Hate it when I click on a video
Paradise
this way,
Hunt
it
for
doesn't
all
give me
5 cans.
the volume control until I get past the
Don't let your
commercials.
vacation rental
Oh my
and your
fucking god.
hammock be invisible. Get
Oh my fucking god. Thank you. Alright. Okay. So you're running up. So yeah, I'm watching this right now. So he's running up. This is where I was. Remember I was like looking off the side here? It is off the side. Oh, see? It was somewhere around there. Okay, so we do have to jump down to find it. Okay. At least we know where it is tomorrow. Exotic market and farming. I don't even know what that does yet, but yeah, that sounds crazy. So this is what I've been farming, mate, is the DR crystal. I never realized that putting the crystal down in non-arcane farm didn't farm the crystal. I didn't realize you had to be in arcane farm to farm the crystal upgrades. So I had been farming here in Cranium Cooking for a while, plus other places. And I never gained any DR. And I was like, man, this shit's really bad. I didn't realize it needed to be an arcane farm, so I fucked all that up for a while there. But anyway, we started farming this the other day, and now we're at 181 times, which puts us to 81 times drop rate, which is not too bad. But we leveled up the skill too, so now it can go all the way to 0.42. Now, if I level up to 800, I can super this, and I can bring it up even further, which is kind of nice. But I'm thinking, the only reason I'm farming here is because more drop rate means more power statues. More power statues means I can easily zenith it, right? I feel like maybe I don't need to farm this any higher, right? For the sheer fact that the main place to farm for zenith clusters is ramps, right? The only reason you farm here is to get your power statues, basically, right? So you farm here to get farm here to get, where the fuck, yeah, power statue. You can get a health statue here, and then you can get these ones. You get speed, feast, beholding, mining, lumbering and bullseye. But I think some of these are comboed over here, right? Yeah, speed. So these 6 are equal, right? But the other one only has 2 extra statues. This one, I think feasting might match, but you get the EXP one, speed, and skilling. So you don't get the power one here, but you do get speed, skilling, and feasting in comparison, right? Comparatively to power and health. So basically you're farming here for power and health. Once you have health done and power done, you can move over to I mean, obviously by the time that happens, you probably already have these zenith, because these ones drop way more often, or most of them. You can go to rams, you can farm the rest, and then this is the anvil statue, obviously, so you need to do world 2 for anvil, exp, and cauldron statue. So this one's not a bad one to farm either. I just don't know the best place. Oh, and then they get these 3. So you get 6 statues here that are not anywhere else. What's the best place to farm statues in World 2? Because I know we typically want to do DK on a single flat level, right? That's kind of the goal. Is you want to be on a flat single platform for the DK farm. And there's not very many single platforms. Like there's moons or whatever those things are. There's these guys, the Snellbees. They have a single map, a single platform map. I think that's it. Sandcastles have a double decker, so it's not too bad. It is 2 platforms, but it's not bad. But obviously you don't want to do pincers. You don't want to do cakes, because I think cakes has like 3 or 4 platforms. Obviously mimics have a lot. Sandpots have 2, if I'm correct. So Sandpots has 2. I think Mafiosos also has 2. Sandcastles has 2. Mashed Potatoes I think has 2. I don't remember Tyson. Tyson might have 2, maybe 3. Moons have 2, but they're really long. Sand Giants are the worst. And then these guys are a single. So are Snailbees bad because there's just not a lot of them on the same platform? Like there's just none abundance of mobs comparison to like Sandcastles that have a lot more mobs on the map. Because Sandcastles do have a lot of mobs there. It's just they are 2 platforms. That's the only reason why I was thinking like a single platform might be almost better, but if there's not a lot of mobs, then it's kind of meh, right? Yeah, I think Tysons have like 3 locations, don't they? Like 3 platforms. Yeah, that's why I feel like Snellbees is really good for the fact that it's 1 platform, but it's really bad, which makes, you know, it counters the fact that it has 1 platform, but the fact that there's not a lot of mobs. So I feel like with that in mind, I think Sandcastles are your best bet. So that's probably what we'll do is, you know, we'll have to, you know, do board beans for our, like I said, we're shooting for the heart and we're shooting for power statues, obviously. And then Rams in World 3 for skilling, speed, and feasting, right? And I'm not worried about these ones because these ones will get done. Right? And then World 4, yeah, you got the Encias, the mutton, and the egg statue. So you got 3 more here. And I feel like cans or donuts is probably a really good spot. Oh yeah, so it doesn't raise enough to be really considered 2 platforms because the shockwave will still hit it, but yeah, I got what you're saying. That's kind of what I was thinking with some of the other ones. But some of them do actually have like 2 platforms where it doesn't help. But yeah, I think wouldn't donuts be a really good one for this? Because it's 2 platforms, but they're so close together that you kind of hit both, I feel like. I feel like that's not a bad one. And then obviously OJ Bay. or World 5. Like nothing really beats that. Battle axes, boats, spirituals. And then I don't think I mean, maybe we can do World 6. I don't know. I know some of these don't come off of crystal mobs either. They're off other things. So some things I will have to like manually farm. It's like this one only drops 3, right? Drops the stealth, the compost, and the essence one. Clammies, oh yeah, Clammies is a good one too. Clammies is a single map with a decent amount of mob density. I just think donuts have so many more because they're on 2 platforms, so it like increases the amount of mob density, and since the platforms are so close together, that it should hit both, but I could be wrong. But yeah, this is all I've been doing. I've just been farming this for crystal. I'm wondering when I should stop. I was thinking at 1.2 times, which is 0.019 more, which is quite a lot. But maybe I don't need to go that far. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, 2 platforms for them. Yeah. Or should I just say fuck that and just start statue farming right now? After I farmed this up to 81, right? Should I just start statue farming to get World 1 done? Do you think? 'Cause like I said, everybody else is just chilling in lab. And I'm gonna leave him there this week. While this guy does stuff. Right? This guy's gonna keep pushing. He's almost through World 4. Then he's gonna be on World 6. Look at his wows, man. He's getting through his wows. He's almost done. Hey, look at this. All we have left, obviously we have the one-offs, right? But we're on Octards. Then we got 2 more here, and then we get the Rift, right? And then we got World 6 all the way up, and then World 7. But we're almost done with Zhaos, Super Chows, and Wows. This has been a work in progress, to say the least. But it is a multifaceted like approach because we are getting a lot of cards. So we have the 6, a lot of these are 6-starred, right? World 2, not so much. They're at least 5-starred though. And then World 3, all 5-starred pretty much. World 4, it's all 4-starred. They're really close to 5-starring, right? So I just have to go back and get a little extra. You get a lot of these to 5-star. So that's really nice. And then so when you say finish World 1, mate, do you mean stop farming crystal and just statue farm really quick? Just get the statue farming done on World 1 so I can start crystal farming another spot? Get the drop rate up? Because I have really bad drop rate, so that's why I'm like crystal farm, to increase my drop rate. But I feel like it's almost not worth crystal farming because it took me, what, 2 days to get to where I'm at in the crystal farm on this map. And then, going forward, yeah, if I want more power statues, it's great. Or health statues, right? But when it comes to zenithing or zenith clusters, you're going to be spending all of your time on rams. So I feel like that's a better place to just cluster or to crystal farm on. Get it all juiced out. But anyway, yeah. So we're getting all the cards done. We're getting all our wows, chows, super chows, and Zhaos done. So everybody's going to be good on that. Farming out a lot of materials for green stacks. Like, there's just a lot that goes into getting the wows done. Just finish statues. All right. Let's give it a swap arena then. All right. While we are here, let us double check everything. Make sure we're good to go. Yeah, we have what, 36 mil right now? Yeah, we need to get to a bill so we can actually just finish the vial. That's something I'm working towards. Oh, another choco chip. Let's go. I don't even need to buy them. I just keep buying them. I literally just keep buying them every time I see them. Any chip, whenever the chips reset, I just buy both chips every time. Bro, just give me this stupid dream catcher. For real. All right, I gotta lock these. So the other day when I reset all these things to daisies, I went in and I'm pretty sure I locked them, but they didn't lock. I logged on the next day and they weren't locked, and I went to the next flower. I was a little pissed because then I had to reset all of them, turn them all back on, and wait for it to get back to daisy because I didn't want to use all my things again. Yeah, so we ended up on the blue flowers. Kind of annoyed about it, but that's what it is. All right, we'll do sneaking really quick. Ooh, 69. Getting some decent sized, amulets here, or beads, whatever you want to call them. And these nunchucks are getting huge. Like, look at this. This one does almost 2Q. That's huge. We're just going for EXP at this point, pretty much. Like, we're still bringing up all the items, right? So we can make sure we keep getting bigger items. We're mostly going for Jade and extra EXP. Been kind of our focus right now. I don't know what to do, honestly. 13 hours and this switches. I'm curious. It says my multi bonus is negative 25%. Does that mean I still get the bonus even though I don't have it unlocked? But it's just 25% less? Oh shit, I have no idea. I don't know when I got that one. Gemstones have a chance of being worth 2 times as much as they when they add to collection. So pretty juicy. So you get like a 300 or 400 or something, and it's technically worth like double that. That's pretty useful. Because this is the only thing that I've been farming recently. Alright. You unlocked roll 7? Yeah, I'm not sure if it works or not. I don't know how to test it. Because it just says stamina regeneration rate is 2.5 times faster. And I'm pretty sure multi wins this week. Last I saw. So am I just gonna get almost 2 times multi for EXP? Like, that's what I'm kind of curious on, because that's what I was waiting on, that to do my EXP traps. All right. I'm statue farm. Not for me. Mine says 13 hours. Floppy. No, I on my furthest characters, I have this one unlocked, but I've been sitting them here to try and unlock this one, not realizing I had to go this way to get the flesh to unlock it. Someone told me about it yesterday, and I only get like 300,000 kills an hour at the pufferfish or whatever to move on. So I wouldn't I found this out with 2 days left in the ballot, so I wouldn't have had enough time. That's only 48 hours to be able to actually clear it to get to the flesh to unlock it. So that's why I'm curious, do I still get the benefit if I don't unlock it? Or and it's just at a lesser value, or do I just not get the benefit at all? Because the bottom right, it does say bonus negative 25%. So I'm wondering if I still get the bonus, even though it's not unlocked, it's just at a reduced value. That's what I'm kind of curious on. I can't wait to get 75 of these and just get rid of them. So annoying. I don't even know how many I have across the entire account. I'd have to look. Let's look. Where is inventory? All right, so let's see here. Yeah, World 7 takes a hot minute. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41. We have 41 on characters. 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. So I need 15 more. Oh, that's so many. You don't have enough inventory space for it? I know, that's crazy. Like, how many space? Okay, so 4, 8, 12, 16, 32, 64, 68, 69, 70, 71. Do I have just enough? Do I literally have just enough? I do! No, I'm up by 3! Fuck! I forgot it was 75. I thought it was 72. I need one more row, bro. Ooh, ooh. Um, how much does isn't there like a new bag or something? Hold on. Isn't there like a new bag at like World 7 or something? How can I see what bags I'm missing? Oh, that says 72. I know I can see it in game. Right, so we go here. I don't know which ones I'm missing. I'm missing this and these 4. I don't know what these ones are. Is that an idle? Is that on Toolbox? Where to find that? Characters bags? Okay. Ah, thank you. Alright, so most of my characters are basically in the same exact spot. So it's like, do I have this or do I not have this? Because I feel like I have the World 1 thing. So I have them all in this one except for H. And doesn't all these count from the World 1 thing? Yeah, but you shouldn't need them, right? Because of the task board. This one. B, C, E, F, and H is applied to every character. E, F, and H. I don't have an H, so that's one we could get. So B, C, E, F, and H. So I need to get G on everybody. I need to get H on somebody. I need to get D. Do I not have a single H? Where's H come from? Oh, yeah, you're right. I have to get it on this guy. Well, I do have D on him. Basically, I just need to get E, F here. And it'll count for everybody, right? I'm going to look it up. And then I got to get H. I don't want storage. I want bags. Okay. Inventory bags. Okay. So, what are we missing? E, F, and H. So, E... Cowboy Jones, interesting. There's a lot of quests I haven't done. So Cowboy Jones will give us E, F, and H. Okay. We just need to do him. Okay. Oh, that's kind of nice with the stamps. Yeah, so all of them come from him. So basically, we just need to complete his quest line, which I have not done. Okay, so not a big deal. So that will give us this, which is what? Is this 2, 4? That's 6 inventory slots. That's more than enough to be able to carry it on this guy, right? Because inventory-wise, we are sitting at 74. So if I just get one bag on this guy, I'll be good. Second character, not your first. No, not like this. Yeah, let's look at the quest really quick. Alright, so quest. Yeah, as you can tell, most of my guys are down here. Which this one's just a balloon. The next one is E. Surprisingly, I did it on my V-Man. Interesting. What I'm even more confused about is one of them has it completed, or has the bag. But yet, it doesn't say it's complete. What? How am I on the next quest? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this guy hasn't even started it. But yeah, most of my guys are right here. They're really close to getting the E bag, which doesn't really matter all that much. Then they can all get F pretty soon. Okay, so it's not too bad off. So that's one bag that we can easily work on. This one is World 3 bag. Is that a purchasable? Keeper pouch? Oh, you craft it. Oh, I just haven't crafted it. Okay, that's just brain dead on my part. Okay. And then 4th anniversary bag. Okay. Treasure tote bag. Okay, I'm assuming these are the event bags. The only mob drop bag that I am missing is the World 4 one. Like if you look at all my characters, they all have all the way up to Woolly Mammoth. This guy has the treasure tote bag. Don't know where he got that from. Oh, World 5 6. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Sweet. So I mean, these are all just one extra slot though. So I'm not really worried about the one extra slot. I'd rather have this one for 3. This one's really strong. 3 extra inventory slots. Yeah, 3 extra inventory slots is huge. I'd rather do that than farm 5, 6, and 7 for 1 inventory each. It's funny that they're not on this list. Where are they? Well, the 4th anniversary is, but where are the other ones? Am I just dumb? Yeah, yeah, it's crafted. I looked at it right here. I just wasn't paying attention. Why aren't the other ones here? That's interesting. The wiki has all of them except for those last 3 from World 5, 6, and 7. Is it kind of relatively new, maybe? All right, so what do we need to make this? We might just be able to make this really quick. Seriously? Seriously? Go and look at it yourselves. Alright, we definitely have this. Okay. Yeah, but when did those bags come out, mate? The because you know, Floppy said that these 3 are World 5, 6, and 7 relatively. Getting rid of Sheepy. No. So if that's the case, like, is it just a rare drop from one of the mobs in those zones? That's what I'm saying. So if they came with the drop, with the, where do they come from though? Like, I mean, what mob drops it? 'Cause I've obtained one of them. I just don't know where I got it from. Because it's not dropping on this guy. It's not dropping on this guy. And the wiki doesn't even show them. So, where do you get them? Not even showing in the cards. Is it from Town Shop? Okay. Oh, okay, Town Shop. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. That's what I thought. I thought there was a purchasable, but I couldn't remember if it was just World 1 through 4 or 1 through 3 that had those. I wasn't sure if it continued on. Because I don't have easy access to all the worlds. Only have to this map. Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we can easily buy these. Oh, here, let me just. Wait. That was done. We can also craft. What was it, 5,000? There's like, I don't know, 50,000. Do you remember the other ones? I think it was like this. Let's just. Oh, so it's sharks, bees, and hives. I had that completely wrong. I was thinking 5 for some reason. Bees and all right, we have enough inventory space now. Let's go. Jesus. Yeah, I know that, Floppy. That's what I was saying. Is like I've picked up every mob killed one for all of my characters because the last mob one was World 3. Right? Since the last mob one was World 3, I farmed those up a very long time ago. I just forgot to craft the World 4 one. And I purchased all the way to World 4, not realizing that, I mean, didn't have the money for World 5 back then. And then I forgot about it after that point, never went back. But I never have done quests on any of my characters since like World 2 or 3, really. On one of my characters, I was like, oh, I did a bunch of quests on this guy, cool. And then I just stopped doing quests. I hate quests. So I'm really behind on the quests as well. So it makes sense why I'm missing the quest ones. But like you said, I'll probably do that quest line on my first guy just to get the bag on everybody, and then I'm gonna do every quest on my V-Man so he can take advantage of the star talent. So he can take advantage of these. So, you know, this one will give him more damage, this one will give him more skill efficiency, and this one will give him more luck. I'm just gonna get these 3 done. So I'm gonna get them all done on the V-Man, and then I'm gonna do it on the first guy, just that one question on the first guy, so everybody has the bags. So that's like the goal, but we're leaving quests undone on like this character specifically, but some of the other ones, so we can like green stack some of the quest items. We've done some of them. So we have currently done, where are they? So we've done the little duckies, we've done the Soud Clowns, or Soud Clouds, whatever. Or some of these are actually on other characters, so once we dump them all off, we could probably finish some of them. Those are the 2 we have done now. And I haven't actually sat down to farm them yet. So don't know exactly how far along I'm. Like, I think I have a bunch of these on another character as well. But I gotta sit down and I gotta go and finish farming like these, my frogs. Probably just need to make a frisbee print later so I don't have to worry about frisbees. I don't know. I think I have to manually farm that. Purchase these. I think we can get rid of these. Can we not get rid of these? Right? This is not necessary, right? Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like on the character that needed it, Bobby, or if it was account wide like you're saying. I just know that since the V-Man was the guy that, you know, needed those most likely, I was just gonna do them on him because I don't really like doing anything else on him. Oh, does he? Okay, I'll just leave. I mean, is it something you can reclaim though? If it's something you can reclaim, I don't need it in my store. Because I have 3 of these, like 3 different random ass items. I have so much junk in my storage, I just leave it in here. But we need to go far up more of these. You know, we gotta go far. Like, these are never gonna happen, but, you know, maybe I can get enough drop rate to do the cutting bolts. Some of these other items. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, I was just thinking if I could reclaim these items from the quest line, then I don't really need to hold on to them. You know what I mean? All right, so we're basically just farming up for Zeniths right now. We're gonna get the Zenith done soon. The only thing we're missing statue-wise is World 7 and the dragon statue. So that's something we're gonna farm towards soon is the dragon statue. Once we're done leaving people on lab this week, we'll move everybody over to the dragon statue. Well, all but one guy, because one guy's gonna actually push for unlocking mediocrity. But yeah, we'll put everybody over in the dragon statues, get our dragon statues done, and then put everybody back to World 7. No, Ploppy, my account is super low. Like, for as long as my account has been around, like, look at this. January of 2023, right? So we're coming up on 3 years. But I play this game truly idle, and it's on the background where I don't really truly put a lot of effort into it. So, proficiently and efficiently speaking, I don't progress as fast as most people. Yeah, so that was the goal, but I can actually easily zenith a handful of these very easily. So there's no point in not zenithing it first, since it will give me more bang for my buck, right? So if I zenith it, yes, I'm using 1,000,000 statues, but for each one that I zenith, one statue will go much further. Like much, much further. And then I can easily farm up a couple 100,000 statues, drop it, boom, bunch of levels. Like that's kind of what I've been shooting for. I haven't done anything for statues in a long time. Even my alchemy is really bad. My stuff, my cards are really bad. My stamps are really bad. It's just things that I've completely neglected with the account. Cause like I play a lot of active MMOs, Floppy, so I don't actively play Eidolon that much. Usually what will happen is I'll put a guy like this and I'll move it to my other screen and play another game. Right? I'll minimize it. I'll come back to it the next day. That's literally how I play the game. So I'm not constantly like, oh, let's go to splunking. Oh, let's click on sneaking. Oh, let's sit AFK in gaming all day long. You know, I'm not sitting here hourly clicking on things and constantly doing things. So my progression is a lot slower than other people. Now, not to say that I don't have the knowledge and the skill to do it. I just don't have the patience to do it. Because like, yes, I could do it, but I get more enjoyment out of purely just playing other games while using this as a actual idle game. When I'm working and I'm watching anime, yeah, I have this game on the other screen and I click buttons and stuff. Perfectly fine. I don't mind doing that. But that's the extent of like my active ability on this game. Like you'll hardly ever see me hourly click. Now I will click every once in a while when I remember to do it, but you won't see me hourly clicking bubbles. You won't see me candying anything ever. You won't see me fucking like doing any like cheesy speed run things or anything. Like I'm just real chill, you know. You finally reached where you do idle things. Oh, sorry. Surgeon or Sergio Blossom. Can I get you, Blossom? Welcome. Thank you for the chiming in. Sorry, it took me a few minutes. I was kind of talking and I wanted to finish my thought. But I appreciate you coming in. Morning. Thank you for coming by. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, like it's funny. It's an idle game, but yeah, most like there's so many people. I was in G stream the other day, and someone came in and said the same thing. He's like, "Bro, I've been playing this game for like 6 months. When does it become an idle game?" And it's so funny. It's so true. That's one of the reasons why the game is so good, is because you can play it actively so hard, or you can actually idle if you want to. Right? You can play it however you want. It's so good. Um. You just click. And that's the nice thing, is like everything is so intertwined with each other that like you just click a couple buttons and you get gains. You get incremental gains every single day just by clicking a handful of buttons. Like it's so good. That's what's so nice about the game. Is you get these incremental gains like without really putting a lot of effort into it. But like I said, like my alchemy is really bad. Really bad. Most of my bubble levels are like level 250. I wouldn't say most. I would say maybe half, maybe 60% of my bubbles are level 250. And then maybe a sixth of them or an eighth of them are above that. The rest of them are all like level 1. Like my bubbles are bad. Bad. My stamps are even worse though. The only reason my stamps have any progress on them is because I have no stamp left behind. And every time it like max ranks increases one, I just level it up till its next max rank, and I'm just like, all right, well, whenever that gets hit again. Same thing with my meals. My meals are like roughly 70s to 80s. So my meals are really bad. My vials are coming along, but like certain ones like these, I could juice out. This I could juice out. I could switch everybody to like nails, and I could like actively claim these guys pretty often. I could do 2-minute claims to finish these two up, right? I can switch my trapping over because I just switched my trapping over to try and level this bubble up, but this one's taking fucking forever. But yeah, my trapping ones, I just started switching my trapping around because I was farming for 10k shiny blobfish for a while, so I could get the black lab crystal that I'm missing. That's the only lab crystal I'm currently missing. And then I turned off all my salts and just focused on red salts so I could finally level this bitch up. So I'm slowly working my way through here, but most of it's trapping, refinery, anvil, and forge until you get to the end down here. Like, and then it's like rare drop, right? And then I was working on this, but then I switched over to, because the double divinity stuff, I switched everybody over to divinity because I was gonna finish this one up. That would have been another one. And then there's the world 7 stuff I haven't sat down to finish it. So I have a really bad problem with hyper focusing on things. I pick something that I want to level and I just hyper focus on it, and that's all I do is focus on leveling that one thing nonstop until I get it to where I'm going. Wait, are they actually capped at 9.4k? Wait, really? I thought I've seen people get way more than that. When did that change? Oh, wait, so each trap can only give you 118? That sounds like some bullshit. Because I've known people that have gotten green stacks worth of shinies from like claiming all their traps at one time. I'm pretty sure. Like, mate, can you chime in on that? Like, do you remember? Because I'm pretty sure Fip and Topher and a couple other people I know that are really high end players, they've like done a single claim and gotten a shit ton of shinies all at one time. Yeah, that's the problem I'm running into right now, Ploppy, is I'm only getting roughly 9k. And it's driving me insane. I even said something to Topher. I was like, because Topher's one of my viewers and he's a lot higher player than I am. He's like, oh yeah, just do 20-minute claims on, the thing and, you'll get it done in no time. I'm like, okay. I was like, why am I only getting like 9k? And he's like, oh, it'll go up fast. I'm like, 9k at a time? And you're telling me if I do this, I will reach 1 billion of these fast? Do you know how many 20-minute claims that would take? Let's just round that to 10k. Just to be safe, right? That's the wrong thing. Let's round that to 10k. If I needed 1 billion, which is this, and I can only get 10k at a time, that's 100,000 20-minute claims. Let's time that by 20 minutes. Okay, that's 2 million minutes. Divide that by 60, that's how many hours. We're talking 33,333 hours worth of 20-minute claim clicks. No shot. So here's my question. What would be the point in using a trap that has 80 times shiny quantity if there's a cap of 118? What would be the point? That doesn't make any sense. How many days would this be? Divided by 24. Bro, there's no way. There's no way. That's divided by that by 365 days. That's saying it's taking almost 4 years per level 13 bio. There's no fucking way. There's no way. There has to be a way around that. I gotta see this. Hold on, where's Topher? Oh, Topher's sleeping. Fuck. Mate, do you know anybody's like toolbox I can look at? Oh yeah, we're not talking about the pickle vial. Pickle vial can suck it. Like both pickle vials can straight up suck it. Like this one's pure RNG if you even get it. Granted, you could get more than one per day if you're fucking stupid lucky, but that's never gonna happen, obviously. And this one, ain't no fucking way you're ever gonna max this bitch out. Even if you get like 10 of them a day, you ain't maxing this bitch out. So those ones don't count. I thought that these vials would get done much faster because I'm pretty sure Topher has it done. Because there's no way that Topher would tell me, oh yeah, just do 20-minute claims over and over again, you'll get it done in no time. It's like he's saying it because he's done it. Where's the leaderboards? Eidolon leaderboards. Let's look. I know Giggle. What's Giggle's name? Do you? We'll just do Arlong because I'm pretty sure Arlong is pretty easy to find. Do you know the character name that I'm looking for? Okay. All right. Let's look. So yeah, Arlong hasn't even maxed this. That's actually interesting. Okay, hold on. How many of them are there? Is it just the one shiny one? Is that the only shiny one? That's the only shiny one, right? Okay. Okay, so let's try a few other people. Hold on. I'm just curious. Honestly. I'm just kind of curious. Because I didn't realize that. Oh, he's put some juice into this one. Okay. So he's put some effort into it. Wait, where's this green pickle? Cheater! Okay. Yeah, I feel like they haven't even farmed these ones either, because these ones suck. Alright, where's Giggle? Giggle's usually on here somewhere. Did Giggle get kicked off the top? Did Giggle get booted off the top? No! Where's Giggle? Wait, Giggles isn't called Giggle, right? Is Giggle Temtem? Can't remember what Giggle's name is. There's Franz. Take a look at Franz. So it's just one. So that's not so bad. I thought there was more than one. Bro, Arlong is hands down the top Eidolon player. Literally the top Eidolon player. Bro, Franz, you be I mean, he probably hasn't updated in a while. Yeah. Probably hasn't updated in a while. He hasn't, yeah, okay. Franz be slagging. Dragma, yeah. I knew it was something. I'm like looking for I'm like looking for Giggle and I'm like, wait. I'm pretty sure Giggle's name isn't Giggle. Yeah, like, even Arlong's shrines are fucking. He's in top 10 still. Arlong is like literally one of the strongest Eidolon players. Can we just search that? Okay. I know he was on here. He's the one guy that helped me a lot when I first started playing. And I know he's like super sweaty. He would be the guy that would like candy and stopwatch things and do some stupid shit just to max out a vial. He would be the guy. I think he got booted off here again. Bro, he's sweat lords and he can't even keep up on the top 10. It's kind of crazy. Unless he hasn't updated in a while. Yeah, I was saying, I don't think Dig Giggle's updated in a while, so he's probably got booted off again. And it sucks. I was gonna try and take a look at his to see if he's done it or how close he is to doing it. Bro, that's annoying. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of sad about that. I thought it was gonna go much faster than that because I was under the impression you can get more than 9K, and I was getting 9K. I'm like, why? Oh, here he is. Oh, I was getting 9K, and I'm like, bro, why is it taking so fucking long? And I even made the comment in Discord. Yeah, so he's there too. All right, so even for a sweat lord like him, yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, if Arlong doesn't have it, Giggle probably don't got it. Yeah, I didn't know about that. That's interesting. I mean, you learn something new every day about this game. That's crazy. Like, so that's what drives me a little insane. So if it's capped at 9,000, then what's the point of all the shiny chance stuff? Right? And there's a lot of shiny things that are like increases the quantity, but if the quantity is capped out, right? Then what's the point? Yeah. So increases shiny odds. Okay, cool. Chance. Yeah. Instead of dropping one, they drop a whole shit ton, right? But it lowers the chance of getting it. So like, what's the point of this if there's a cap? That's where I'm like really mind blown, right? Because this gives you the odds of getting them, but why do you need so much odds if all you need to do is proc it on like one? Or technically you need to proc it on all of them, because you said they're maxed at like 118 per trap or something like that. But like, why would you need this if they're capped at 118? Because when you get more critters increases your shiny chance, or not shiny chance, but like shiny quantity, right? And then the trap itself has, where's the shiny quantity? Shiny multi, right? Yeah. So you're getting like 4 times shiny multi for doing royal traps. Interesting. Yeah, that just sounds awful. What the fuck? That sounds so bad. And then at that point, like, why would you want to go for like the times 8 or like the times 32? Like, what's the point of a 1150 multiplier on 28 day if you can't go like that's, you see my point? The math just doesn't make sense, Lava. I don't get it. Why give us things that can give this much multiplier to the quantity of amount of shinies if you have a cap? I know, that's what I'm saying, Flavio. I'm not saying like what you're saying is right, right? I'm doing the right thing. We're doing the right thing. We're all under the same place. I just don't understand the logic. I don't get it, Lava. I don't get it. What brand new player is gonna be on Royal Traps and be doing 28-day claims on a trap? First off, what person in the right mind is gonna do a 28-day trap? That just doesn't make sense. At worst, you do the 48-hour one because it's every 2 days it'll auto claim, right? Maybe the 7-day if you're really fucking lazy. But ain't no way in hell someone's gonna be using a fucking 28-day trap. That's what I'm saying, Poppy. It's just mathematically speaking, like, why even make these numbers if it doesn't matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's mind-blowing that he's done such a good job with so many things in this game. Yes, his coding can be spaghetti, don't get me wrong, but the logic behind this just is mind-blowing. Yo, what up, dude? I don't get it. Like I said, I understand the conversation we're having and I get it and I'm fine with it all. I just don't understand the logic of these. Like 100 times multi. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even like this, 50 times multi for 48 hours. That's not too bad.
Listen, motherfucker, listen.
Listen, motherfucker. Sorry, man, I didn't say something. I appreciate you, mate. I hope you have a good day. We'll be back tomorrow. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in that Discord, as always. Thank you for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Talk to you tomorrow. See you. Bye. That's just crazy, Floppy. I am flabbergasted by that. Absolutely just dumbfounded. And it doesn't take much to make me dumbfounded, but that's some fucking next level dumbness. That is like padded room dumbness. You know what I mean? Like, what in the actual fuck was he thinking? Hey guys, I'm gonna give you this cool trap that gives you a shit ton of shiny multi. But guess what? It doesn't matter because you can only get so many of them per trap. Good luck wasting your time. Bro, Lava, fucking seriously? And I guarantee you, there's nowhere written in this entire game that states that there is a cap on how many shinies you can get per trap. We just have to figure it out. Like, I don't mind if there's caps on things, right? That's fine. Cap things so it slows people down, it's fine. But at least state somewhere in the game, visibly and in black and white, you can only get an X amount. Just like the multi-bubbles, right? How the multi-bubbles state, you know, percentage chance for multi or blah blah blah. This max is now 300%. It states it in the game, black and white, so you understand the max is 300, right? If it's not stated somewhere, how do you expect your game to, like, I don't know, other than people just like ripping apart your code and fucking Uber testing things, like, how do you really expect people to truly understand like what they're doing, what they're shooting for, how to efficiently enjoy your game? Like, that's just fucking stupid. Anyway, we have been working on idle skilling in the background for one of our viewers, trying to help them out because they don't have a laptop or a computer to play Steam version. So. Why is that playing the news? Alexa, computer, stop. Computer, stop. What the fuck is it doing? Sorry. My Alexa, because I have a show in my office that shows the cameras around our house, randomly started playing the news. Out of fucking nowhere. I forgot what I was doing. Forgot what I was doing. Oh, I remember. We completed that. That's what we were going for. Okay. Now we're on Old Friends. That one's not going to happen for a while. Alright, so what one can we get done soon? This one's not going to get done. I'm not going to get that one done. We could probably do this after we ascend again. So let's go through and claim everything real quick. What the? Hold on. Cat knocks something down. Give me a second. Oh, alright, sorry. Cat knocked down his water. Oh. Storage cap gets increased. In theory, probably if he fixes the overflow, it should in theory also fix the cap. In theory. Level 14, we're getting to the 20. Oh, sorry, I didn't read the second message about the cap being 118. So the overflow isn't because he has it in 32-bit? Oh, gotcha. So dumb question. So did he intentionally lock it at 1 bill because the mobile was overflow locked? So is that like, so if he fixed the overflow, would it also be, he would be able to increase the cap, is what I'm getting at. That way everybody's on the same playing field. Is that kind of what we're saying? Yeah, I don't keep up with like all the news and all the uppity ups and stuff like, I don't care about all that stuff. I don't follow social medias. I don't follow TikTokers or most streamers or any social medias or anything like that. Not my cup of tea. Oh yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it's just a matter of will he or will he not. To be or not to be? That is the question. Rid of this one. And I probably could have kept that one. That's fine. And we'll keep the 24. Just trying to push up these numbers at the current state. Like at some point I need to start getting the new pets. But I also need bigger numbers, so. Oh. Have you completed your IE? I mean your idle skilling? Yeah, as long as you don't leave the map or something, you retain all the materials dropped. Yeah, it's always nice. Bigger number, better. Bigger number means bigger PP. That's what that means. Yes, so you get a trophy. I mean, with the trophy case though, it's kind of nice. Just gonna say, it's kind of nice with the trophy case. With the World 7. Not saying it's probably not worth most people's time, but I will say it's kind of nice. Because it doesn't truly take all that much effort to finish it once you kind of know how to play it. It just takes, you gotta log in a couple times a day, basically, click a couple buttons and move it along. The main thing is like if you leave it it's nice to leave it open so you get auto progression and stuff, but you don't have to put that much effort into it, I feel. I won't even be able to use this one on auto yet. Yeah, auto's not set up to use this one yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not that you should do it. I'm just saying, like, it's not a bad thing because the trophy is kind of nice. But at the end of the day, it's like, I already did this. I don't want to redo this. So screw all that nonsense for that little bit of increasement. Because, like, what exactly does the trophy even give you? Like, right? I mean, obviously it gets multiplied because if you get, like, bonuses and stuff. But, so it's this one. Pull it up. You get 3 weapon power, 20 all stat, and 15 skill efficiency. So if you put it in the slot that has like, I don't know, the extra bonuses. I don't even know what World 7 has. What it's called. Good gallery, yeah, this thing. Yeah, whatever. I don't remember like what it is, but yeah, like a little bit of extra skilling efficiency is kind of nice across the board. All stat across the board is also kind of nice because all stat, with all stat percents and stuff like that you get kind of really adds up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you have like a tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 4 or something like that, like it could juice it even further. So exactly. And then the big ones, like you said, is like you're mostly using it specifically for the DR. What's your DR anyway? Mine's really bad. Alright, so we're gonna push this one. We're gonna go to mountains today. We should probably actually sit down and do some of the secrets. Just to juice it out a little bit. Because some of the secrets are pretty useful for giving you extra bonuses and stuff. I fucking hate the hoops in this game. 350? That's insane. Are you one of those filthy whalers? No, so that one's a little sketchy. Okay, yeah, so you only bought a couple. Yeah, so you're just a light spender. The only thing I've purchased in this game, oh, that's bullshit. The only thing I've purchased in this game is auto loot. Everything else has either been gifted to me, so it makes me somewhat of a scum lord, but it's all been free obtained. What? What? How did I not go in? Bro, skamazed. Skamazed, bro. Ah, yeah, the DR robes, insane. The double statue and gold food, insane, especially since it stacks with the other buff. Yeah, those are insane. That's the thing is like the game didn't used to be pay to win. I don't know when you started playing, but bro, before World 5, that was not pay to win. Oh, we got DR wings in a giveaway. Huge, huge. Mr. Pig, yeah. Um, One of my viewers gave me pretty much all of them except for Pig. I think I'm missing like 2 or 3 exclusives. But he didn't give me Pig because I mean I already have auto loot. Like it's gonna give me a few things that are useful, but I didn't really care enough to take Pig off his hands. So we gave it to a brand new Eidolon player that had been playing for like a month and didn't have auto loot. So we helped him out. Yeah, so like I said, in the last year and a half, 2 years, the game has exploded in content and it's become extremely pay to win. Like, I think right around World 5, he came out with one of his packs and it was just a busted ass pack. It was like $20. And then he came out with like another pack during World 5, I think. I don't remember if they had the release dates on the wiki or not. Yeah, they don't really have their release dates on here. But um I feel like this is when it started becoming pay to win. Right? So some of these were kind of nice, right? Then this one came, right? And I was like, okay, tolerable. And then this one came out right after. Like for Rift. And it's like, okay, Rift Wings, pretty nice. They're not it's nothing crazy, but EXP for monsters, cool, got us all started for Rift, bunch of gems, blah blah blah. Then pets came out. People were pissed about pets. And then these came out, right? And it was all about the gym. So people bought the gym pack, right, for the gym stuff and this. So this isn't really pay to win yet still. But then shortly after that, then the island one came out. For more pet stuff, and then this, right? And then shortly after that, the Equinox one came out. And then after that, We got this one. Then after that, we got this one. And then this one. And then this one. And then this one. And it just fucking gets worse and worse and more fucking pay to win as you get down. Like this one right here, just the 10 bubble levels a day and the 2 meals and the 5 stamps. This is where it's like, oh, well, now you're already ahead of anybody that doesn't spend money. Because now you get a guaranteed 10 extra bubbles, 2 extra meals, meal levels, and 5 stamps every single day just for buying this one pack. So now this is pure pay to win. You are now winning over somebody that doesn't spend any money. Now, technically, some of this other stuff, you can consider that as well. But there are alternatives to some of these, like EXP for monsters, skilling XP. There's alternatives to some of these that are similar, but not quite as good. Then you get down to like the Phoenix Wings, pretty insane. And then it just keeps getting worse. Like these robes, 100% bonus damage, 60% drop rate, broken, right? Plus you get 30% AFK gains. Okay. Fucking what? Villager EXP, what? Abyssal robes, AFK gains, bonus damage again. Like broken, 5 ribbons a day, makes ribbons go fast. 200% drop rate, busted. Wheel spins, okay, this is just whatever, right? Extra coins for mobs, pretty nice though. This insane for EXP gains, right? Especially now. Before it was kind of like, oh, okay, whatever. Tradable pet, okay. Storage, that's pretty nice, right? Not needed, doesn't make you broken. 1.5 times damage, okay, yeah, you know, whatever. And then you get the green robes, drop chance, bonus class XP, EXP drop, just huge EXP gains, 80% AFK gains, 10% drop rate. Now you can throw this into the fucking gallery and use it. Fucking busted, right? Tradable pet, inventory slots, filter slots, whatever, right? This one's meh, right? I mean, the spirit deer, obviously, if you don't have it, you know, kind of cucks, right? Then this one, the EXP class multi. Drop rate multi. Pay to win more, bitch. Bonus kills, AFK gain multi. Once again, what the fuck are we doing here? Bro, this is bullshit. So if you wail out, bro, there is no way a free-to-play player could ever catch you. Yeah, the free TPs would be nice, because then you can just, like, really just active hard on the game, right? Because you can just teleport everywhere, just do anything you want to do. Yeah, I know, Dig. Like, that's the thing. I feel like since we're in World 7, I think he's getting a lot of traction in the game, and he's trying to juice it for everything he has before people stop playing his game. By the time we get to like middle of World 8, end of World 8, the player base is going to start falling off, and he's not going to be able to make the money he can now. I mean, I get it from a business standpoint. It makes sense. Make the money you can while you can, right? You don't want to miss the opportunity to make a bunch of money so you can start a new game and then slowly build the base for that game where you're not making as much money. You have a bank to roll off of, right? Makes sense. I know, right, Tom? Yeah, so we farmed 2 days just to get the DR drop rate increasement on these guys. Because my DR is really bad. My DR is only 81 times, right? So we were trying to juice out the drop rate a little bit to get it a little bit better off. Doesn't help all that much, but it's something. So we juiced it out a little bit just so we can get some more drop rate. So we're basically just farming for Zenith at this point. Like, I haven't been farming that long. Like, I don't know, 30 minutes, something like that, 45 minutes. So we're gonna farm up the Zenith for these 2 statues specifically, because the bullseye and the rest of these I could pretty much get anywhere, or I already have. Yeah, so rams are better for Zenith clusters, but specifically for actually I didn't know you can get feasties here, but specifically for power and the heart statue, you have to get in World 1, right? You can't get them at rams is the problem, right? So if we like look at this one right here, right? It drops off you get it from Bandit Bob, you can get it from R2 source, right? You can buy it from a few places, you know, gifts and stuff like that, but it pretty much just drops off of Amarok, Baba Yaga, Baby Boas, Carrotmen. So you can farm them from like the regular mobs as well, plus doing crystals, right? But then crystal, carrot, so on and so on. The reason we do board beans is because their platform is the best, right? So you don't want to go and do Baby Boas because their platforms suck. You don't want to do Carrotmen because it's such a long map. It's just going to be annoying to deal with. And you don't want to farm Amarok for it or Baba Yaga because, you know, they're hourly or require keys. So your best bet is, I mean, Slimes too is kind of sucks because a lot of platforms. I mean, the best one I would say would probably be Carrotmen if you were going to just farm it on Carrotmen specifically and focus on crystals plus Carrotmen. You could probably get done faster. But crystal carrots is pretty much what you're just shooting for, right? That's why specifically you farm it on board beans. And the same thing with this one. It's like it's on the drop table, right? I like how it doesn't even say those mobs on here. It just says the drop table. You know, this is the source, the drop table. But this is the same thing too, right? It's like none of these really help, and you got these two that I can drop from, right? So this is the super rare, which is weird that it's saying that you can get speed from the rare drop table. Oh, it is there. Okay. But yeah, it's mostly you know, drop table from here. Stop scratching stuff. And once again, cheese orb. Cheebies. Wait, is it the wrong one? I think this is the wrong one. Oh, it's the heart one I was thinking of. Sorry. I was thinking of this one. Sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. My bad. Yeah, poops, rats, nuttos, walking sticks. So you can farm them in like a bunch of different places. But then, you know, you look here, stop. You know, you got gigas, goblins, or boards, crystal carrots, couple bosses, right? And then obviously you got the nuttos, walking sticks, stuff. None of these are really a great place to farm them. Poops, not really good. It's just too much. Same with rats. Like none of the platforms are very good. That's the problem. So those two specifically, just board beaning, getting those two out of the way, and then obviously you got World 2 one you got to farm as well because there's a few in World 2 that doesn't drop at Rams, but Rams drops the overall most amount of statues. So doing Zenith clusters at Rams is like the go-to, right? What'd you miss, Tom? Also, why I got you, since you made the comment, when you so I'm curious on the Zenith statue thing. So someone told me you can turn off the Zenith clusters when you like after you unlock Zenith, you can turn off the clusters so things don't cluster. My question is, I know when you get 1,000,000 of a statue, it automatically turns into a cluster if it's turned on. My question is, if you have over 1,000,000 statues in your storage and the cluster is turned on, does it auto cluster the ones in your storage as well? Or does it leave your storage alone? Then I have a second follow-up question to that. Okay, so that was my second question. If I was, let's say I zenithed my power statue, right? But then I tried to pull out 1,000,000 statues to do my speed one. How would you be able to do that? So my question was, does it only cluster things that have been zenithed? So let's say you haven't onyx, or you only onyx your speed one, but you pull out 1,000,000. If you go into a map or you get 1,000,000 of these, will it automatically cluster this since it's turned on? What do you mean they delete the zenith drops? What does that mean? So it'll still cluster them even though they're not zenith. Sorry, we're having two different conversations right now. I don't know what you mean by they delete the zenith drops. I don't know what that means. But yeah, basically I was just curious, like if I was sitting there farming for statues, right? And didn't turn off the clusters, but I got like over 1,000,000 of the speed ones and it wasn't Zenith. I was trying to get this to 1,000,000 so I could Zenith it. It would turn that 1,000,000 into a cluster, even though it's not Zenith yet. So and basically what you're saying is in order to Zenith every statue, you have to turn it off. Well, that's bullshit. So you have to spend them before you turn it off, I guess? That's bullshit. Yeah, that should not happen. That's fine though. At least if you know, you know. So anyway, yeah. So basically what you're saying is I have to make sure clustering is off before I sit down to Zenith farm. Or farm statues to Zenith my statues. Yeah, but let's say I go to sleep and I wake up to a ton of statues. If I farm more than 1,000,000 statues at night, it's going to cluster it, and I'm not going to be able to store it. Correct? Okay, that's what I was worried about. Because let's say I went to bed, I had like 100,000 of them, I put it away, but then I woke up and I had, I got like let's say 1.5 mil. I would only have 500K, and I'm like, oh, but I have a cluster. You know what I mean? That's just annoying. Right, because some of these I have a lot. I have 1,000,000 speed statues already. I have almost 1,000,000 mining ones. I have 1,000,000 feasting ones. I have 2,000,000 chopping. Like some of these I have a bunch. Just from organically obtaining them while playing the game. Before statues were really a farmable thing for me. But we're at 300K power statues. The goal is to try and get to Zenith. And then honestly, I'm just going to turn off clusters because I'm not ready to farm clusters. And then we'll just farm statues. And then I need to just start leveling up my statues. Is there any good way to obtain POWs? Because I've heard no. And I'm pretty sure the answer is no. I know you can get like 100,000 of them from completing the Onyx quest chain on all your characters. And you need 20 of them to make it to Onyx. Which leaves you with 80K of them left. Which means you still need to find 920,000 of them to Zenith it. That does not seem easy. That seems like a complete cock shit. Like bullshit. But anyway, with that said, guys, it's almost 6. I usually get up at 5. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I have a headache. Oh, man. Oh, I gotta get some house stuff done. So I think we're gonna get off here. Ooh, man. If you guys haven't joined the Discord and want to, if you ever want to ask any questions, share anything, help somebody out, show something off, doesn't really matter. Feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to ask me a question when I'm off stream and or on my days off from streaming while I'm working from home, you can always at me. Not a big deal. I don't mind answering questions and helping people out on my days off. But also, if you ever want to catch up on any VODs or miss one or you want to rewatch some, check out the About Me. There's the link to the VODs channel. Go check that out sometime. I would appreciate any support you guys give me over there as well. But anyway, we're gonna get out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hope we see you tomorrow. Like I said, we'll be on some more New World tomorrow and then end up on Eidolon after the fact. But if you want to chat Eidolon the whole time we're playing New World, feel free to chime in anyway. It doesn't really matter. We always talk about any game and every game that you guys want to chat about when you guys are here. So if you ever have any questions, period, feel free to chime in anytime. I appreciate you guys. Picnic, basket, monolith quest. So you gotta do the picnic quest over. Bro, fuck that shit. Alright guys, I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you guys later. Have a good Thanksgiving if you celebrate that. And yeah, I'll talk to you tonight hopefully. Bye 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 bye. See you.